First, a word from our sponsor. Tap into the Rockies. What we have here with the podcast and the group that dedicates their time every Tuesday night, along with the time any one of us is on one of our game goes live, is amazing. Organically grown, forged through the fires that burnt through 2020. Neither Steve nor myself ever would have thought that the show would have been what it is, what it's been, and done what it's done. We preach transparency, inquisitiveness, learning, making mistakes, with learning from these mistakes being in the equation somewhere, somehow. And just being an all-around stand-up person. Some may not fully agree with our methodology, but that's okay. We're true to each other and ourselves. But, with that being said, we know who you are. You know who you are. We won't call you out yet. Realize there are eyes everywhere in this community that see things, actions, and trends, and know that those eyes will be monitoring the situation closely. Should we have to broach the subject again, the world may know who you are. Don't let it come to that. Not for our sake, but for yours. Good evening, all.
Thank you, Dave.
I had chills down my chills.
Are they multiplying?
So now that we got that out of the way, we will probably still touch on the subject from time to time because I think it is important in certain situations. However, this is something that we felt needed to be said. We have reached out to other individuals, Bob being one of them, Carlos, of course, being here, and Vinny, to approach this subject matter, and very supportive of our approach. This was not something that we were looking for agreement on, so to speak, but I will say with the individuals that we did discuss with, they did feel as though this was the right approach. I don't know if we're going to get into specifics. All depends, but this has been something that Dave and I have been discussing for some time after we found out some stuff, and wanted to do this the most tactful way as possible because
I'm known for my tact.
are best known for lack of tact. Let's just hope that this situation can be rectified because this is not something that neither one of us want to do by any stretch of the imagination. But let it be known. There are people who are aware. There are people who are watching. And just saying. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, if I'm going to call anybody out by name, pretty much anybody that's watched my videos knows who it's going to be immediately. I mean, I'm going to go to the shores of Lake Superior, bask in the Everfest glow, and then talk about my 20,280,000 square foot ranch.
It's a good place for basking.
It is the best place. I've mentioned it to. He never's on here in the show because he's got bowling. But Michael, this film not yet rated. I said we need to have some sort of like an actual go up there camp. There's a perfect spot to camp where it's not just like one or two sites. There's a whole, I think, 52 sites, and there's actually about 10 or 12 that are right on Lake Superior. I mean, you go down to your tent or your camper, and you open the door, and it's right there. But I thought about that'd be something where it's like, okay, everybody can enjoy it. You can actually bring your family, your kids, or whatever. They can enjoy nature. There's plenty of hiking around there. There's plenty of waterfalls, plenty of just fun to be had and explore, and actually not sit in front of electronic gadgets and gizmos. And I've said that, and I've mentioned that. I've said it'd be absolutely great to get 8-10 families together and just have like a long 4-day, 5-day weekend, or a whole week, just to. I wouldn't say 5 days, but just.
That's a 2-day drive for this guy here. Just thought I'd throw that out there. However, so one thing before I say what I was going to, can anybody believe that next week we've been doing this for 6 months. Next week will be our 26th episode, which means we've been doing this for 6 months. Every week. Every week. So we greatly appreciate all of you guys who consistently come hang out, interact with the chat. It's you guys that continuously make us want to do this. If not, it would just be Dave and I talking about randomness, which we do frequently from time to time. But it's the interactions with you guys, and then, all the guests that have been on here. You guys know who you are. Of course, we have Bob this evening.
On behalf of the guests, you're welcome.
Ed may join us later. He had mentioned interest in wanting to join us this evening, so we may have Ed pop on here in a little bit. But Dave, you and I are going to have to figure out something, because the week of spring break, which is the first part of March, which means I'll be driving on my birthday.
That sounds fun.
F my life. We're actually going to Florida. So that's the 2-day drive comes into play. It may be one of those in which you may have to find a filler for me. I don't quite know for sure if I'll be able to join or not. Just throwing that out there. So we do have a couple weeks to figure that out. But I at least wanted to let everybody know I'm not like going away. I'm not disappearing by any stretch of the imagination. But it may be
one of the kidneys I will be harvested.
Allegedly, yep.
So do I hear a guest host appearance in the future? Is that?
Yep.
I can consider this an audition, basically.
Yes. Consider this your audition tape, Bob. Don't screw it up.
All right. Sorting cards is probably not doing me any good right now. I got to list this Mahomes in a 5-day auction.
Yeah, you better
no, I'm not letting the wife drive.
Well, I want it to end close to the end of the game, or at least like when it's even if they lose, it'll still look like they might win. So 8:30, that's probably going to be like what, halftime or yeah. So yeah, the way those things go sometimes. So so that's going to have to happen at some point in the next couple hours.
Have it end as close to 10 p.m. Eastern time as possible.
That's kind of what I was thinking, right?
Because what time's the game? 6:30. Starts at 6:30 Eastern.
Yeah, it used to be like 5:20 when they kicked off, but I think it's been pushed back over the last decade. I think.
Check it out, Steve.
I went back and watched you pull that live. Because
really?
I knew you. Yep, I knew you would pull it. I can't remember who mentioned it, but I was like, man, I got to go. I had it on my watch list or my watch later list, and I was like, man, I got to get back and watch it.
Yeah, all his break videos on that channel are just going to be downhill after that, man. I apologized to him. I said, I didn't mean to come out with the big hits right away. You got to build up to that stuff.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, and it was cool as hell to watch that.
Yeah, man.
Pulled.
You know that feeling. We've all had a significant pull at some point in our life.
Yep. Nothing of like the top tier guy. I haven't been that lucky. I still remember when I pulled my first 101. I broke down. So originally, so the shop I used to go frequent.
It was so emotional for you. You broke down.
No,
Oh,
he usually never carried exquisite, and it was '07. And everybody knows the rookies of '07: Peterson, Calvin Johnson. The two main guys, of course. Jamarcus Russell was actually more coveted, it seemed. But we won't go down that road.
Mike Sims Walker.
He doesn't count. Yeah, I said it, Dave. Suck it up. But he actually happened to get a couple cases, and I was like, I've always wanted to bust exquisite. Why not? So I bought a box, and I was like, didn't do horrible, didn't do great. I was like, you know what? I'll try another one, and I pulled one of the quad jersey autograph redemptions.
whoa!
And I can't remember who it was. I mean, I think it was numbered to 10. It wasn't Scrubs either. I mean, it was a decent card. I was like, screw it. Go ahead and give me the last box of the case. And I pulled a Craig Davis RPA 101. Wasn't the best player, but still, to pull a 101 out of exquisite, I think I ended up getting like $350 for it. So it almost paid for the pack.
You did well, because I don't think you get $3.50 for it now.
No. Well, it was still right off the presses. It was still the big thing. And, it's most players do have, player collectors or team collectors. And, it was cool to pull. I didn't want it, didn't care to keep it.
Like, I've never pulled like the card that everybody's looking for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I've, maybe the base version of it, but like a Luca Silver Prism or something, or something. Maybe pull the base one.
Right.
Well, that happened but that was okay. I didn't even consider like some of those Fleer Ultra inserts, the one per case stuff and all that. Like those never even like happened. Very rarely for me. So a couple times, but it's been more like ooh,
like this one.
That's a
one. That's exclamation. Yep, exclamation points, and it does shine. I me being in here, I got shitty light, but this is one per case. 98 Series 2.
They usually do those ones right.
So yeah, that. Go ahead, Dave.
I think the two biggest pulls, and I know I've said them probably multiple times before. The Don West, me trying to be Don West, and the 96 Upper Deck in like 98 at Kmart, because I bought a CD or something. I was going through the checkout, and they had like 2 boxes left, and it was like $20. I'm like, fuck this, I'm gonna try it. Why not? $20 for a box? I'm like, this stuff is still relevant. It's not like
you will not be able to find a deal like this again.
And that's what I kept saying. I'm like opening it at home. I'm just sitting there and ripping through packs, and I pulled a Brunel game jersey, which again, that's like a 1 in 2,500 pull back then. And you didn't see any of them at any point, just because nobody had them.
Well, on top of that, the fact that you pulled it out of retail.
Mm-hmm. And then the other one that we went, a guy that I worked with up here, we brought, I think, 2 logs. Yes, just logs on the back of a trailer down to Champaign, Urbana, Illinois, that area, like middle of the state. They're going to hollow them out and carve them to make them like canoes for the Lewis and Clark Museum in St. Louis. So we brought them down there, and then on the way back, we came back through Minneapolis, and there was like a strip mall, and there's a card shop. He's like, I know you like cards. You want to stop in? I'm like, yeah, sure. Let's see what it's about. And we had the Topps Series 2 2001 jumbo packs, like the home team advantage. which used to be like super fat, like sort of like the Bowman ones you and your dad busted, the like big brick.
Oh, you're right. The super jumbos, I think.
Yeah,
They're called.
it wasn't like 20 cards; it was like 40 cards. And I remember seeing on their pull authentic Manto. I'm like, well, that's pretty cool. Again, reading about it, but not like putting it into like, okay, this is actually a possibility. And you just look at the odds, and it was like 1 in 20,000, whatever packs, or 16,000. So I'm leafing through and I'm looking. I'm like, well, there's something that isn't right here, because I mean, there's one card that looks like it's a little older, about midway through, and I start to like go slower because I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I don't remember any like vintage being pimped out in the product. I think it was like a 64 or 65 mantle, whatever card number 200 mantle from about that era. It was that mantle, and like, holy shit. And then the next card was an Eco rookie. So I'm like, well, I got the best of right now, and I got one of the best of 50s, 60s. So those are the two that I can clearly remember the best pulls, and that's probably why I don't pull much anymore, to buy much anymore, because those happened in 98 and 2001. So not like I've been on a cold streak, but at the same time, when you have to sort of delegate your funds, or you choose to delegate your funds in different directions, I'm not a guy that sits there and needs to have that big hit and have that rush, and then, okay, now what do I do? What's next? It's like, no, I'd rather pick up what I really, really want, get that, and be happy and excited, and like, okay, that's what I want, and then continue on from that to pick up stuff that I want, instead of being hopeful and trying to pull some Mahomes RPA or a Brady logo man or whatever. I mean, would that be great? Yeah, but the price point in trying to acquire those friends, that's the unrealistic journey you start to travel down.
Most definitely. And Bob, I think, is about to complete an enema. He's got the glove on.
Dude.
So
it's Pat Mahomes. You got to be delicate.
you got to be inspecting it. Is that the optic?
And I'm trying to get this. There's a little bit of a manufacturing line on the back, so I want to be transparent about that.
Be honest about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Honesty, what a concept. Man,
I know.
that's crazy to think. Honesty.
And transparency. It's almost like there's some sort of subject.
Just whatever you do, Bob, don't give it a grade. Just let it ride.
Yeah. Oh, I usually say like so like near mint to mint.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even do that anymore.
My pictures. Let me hear you out. Go ahead.
So if you think about it, with the way that the hobby is, and the boom and all this other kind of stuff, you've got the possibility of more buyer's remorse, especially buyer's remorse in situations like this, that somebody may pay more for something, complete the deal, but then request to return it, and then you're screwed.
So
in the event,
I'm not. The only retort to that is, with this particular card, I'm not screwed, because it just, okay, I'll hold on to my Pat Mahomes rookie for a little bit type of thing. But I'm not going to, these are selling for like 800. I'll probably do it, because even on the front now I'm seeing there's some surface lines. It is probably an 8. You know what I mean? I can like say that. But I don't need the card. And I won't even say PSA. I just try to take some pictures, put it up for a 5-day auction.
Well, and just say, I am not a card grader. Please refer to the high quality pictures to determine condition, and leave it at that. Because
I always put too, if you want more pictures, just
of
message
course
me, and I'll send you 100 pictures.
Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm willing to make your possible purchase that much easier and that much more of a sure thing, or less burden on the mind. Where, that just put in the title. This card will grade between a 4 and a 12.
Right. GMA.
Yeah. This will be no, between a 4 and like a 98. The old
SGC.
I know graded cards. I've got a few, and then just hold up like PSA 4, 88 Donruss, Greg Jeffries rookies or.
I'm thinking about doing a video on like investing in Pat Mahomes and how that's, maybe it's the time is now, I think.
Bob, to be honest, you could get away with a pretty good parody about that. I just throwing that out there.
We have I didn't talk to Mark today, but we have an idea for like a spoof video. We were gonna pretend like we were commentators of like some kind of an event, but the event would be like another person's YouTube video, and just like like there's just I just came across, and if we can't get this person to like be okay with us using their video, because it's like they went to the school of YouTube on like how to like make videos, from the thumbnail to the opening to the catchy title to like the other social media drops and all this stuff. And it's like they're really good. They're like concise and well done. And there's editing and all that, and like explosions and sound effects, and there's teasers like he'll like share a little bit, and then but I'll get into the rest of that in a little bit later. It's like he's keeping you like interested. So I just think it would be funny if we critiqued him, like almost he hit a Justin Herbert card, and like, was that celebration really like good enough for Herbert? I mean, number one quarterback. I mean, I give that celebration more like a 6.5. For Herbert, he's got to be at least a 9 celebration. So like, that kind of like ridiculousness. But I don't know how good of a sport this dude is. We'll find out. But again, if not, I'll grade one of Mark's videos and he'll grade one of mine, and we'll just like, dig on each other, which people seem to like, and we're good at. So
grade a shower video. Bring that one.
Right. Is it
bring that one out of the archives?
Too much nipple in this? Yeah.
I don't.
No, there's never too much nipple.
I don't think people are drawn in by the nipple on that one. Maybe the third nipple.
There is a lot to draw in. There's a lot to soak in too by the viewer.
And that was at a time when there's some funny videos, but there wasn't a lot of. I don't remember because we watched a lot.
Didn't Sevens do like the Captain A-hole or something?
Yeah,
like the guy on eBay.
And then the eBay dude with trying to think who he parodied. I can hear it in my head.
So the
Hey Jude.
The nominations are in. The inductions are in.
Oh, has he disclosed it?
It's done, man. The 2021 class has been announced.
And
I put in a video that I made before this. I had the sweatshirt on because I'd gotten that stuff back in October, and I've said to a specific person in the middle of Indiana, I said, I want to be the first to congratulate you to getting into the 2021 class of the YouTube Hall of Fame, because I'm like, there's no way he couldn't, even when he got
in. He's in. Zombie's in. Yeah. Bowman 53. Cheese Mikey. Bill. Egg was the leading vote getter.
Okay.
Tony psyched on baseball cards.
Jimmy Guns or Jason?
Mr. Fisher Bike got in. Who else? Luke and Mike, Up North Collectors. Rick, vintage oddball cards.
Which I like part in that.
That was pretty good.
That was one I wasn't expecting, even knowing how that.
And then how Mark used it in his nomination video. That was pretty good. That quiet dignity, or whatever it was.
I love that right there.
That's great.
Scotch tape. Let's just should. I don't know, man.
The sevens
those?
flap.
Who are those collectors?
The sevens flap.
Yeah, the flap is
such
legendary.
such an easy concept.
I've even wrote, and not to like eBay buyers, but I've wrote just to be that guy in care packages. I've made the flap, and then I've actually wrote in like block capital letters "peel" on it, like go. That's the extra mile.
I actually got a message from a person who I shipped a car to, and they were like, cool idea about the flap on the back. You have no idea how awesome that was to be able to peel it open. If I didn't want to reuse the top load or anything, just peel it open, pull out he's like, and I was like, yeah, well, that was a thing.
It still is a thing.
Oh, I still use it. I don't use painter's tape. I have painter's tape, and it works. I mean, it works really well when it.
What do you use? Masking tape?
I use regular Scotch tape, but I always use the flap.
But
don't shake your head at me.
What about the top loader, man? Think of the top loader.
It doesn't hurt the top loader when you have the flap.
There's residue, man.
Well, if you get the good Scotch tape, you don't buy. Like
are you sending Goo Be Gone with them?
No.
Like in every package, like a little mustard packet of Goo Be Gone, then I would be okay with it. But
no.
Don't get the 30 Scotch tape or whatever. Get the actual Scotch brand,
which is what I use.
Is it 3M Scotch tape at least, or is this dollar store?
No, it's the good stuff. I pay good money for my tape.
Okay.
If you must know, Bob. Yeah, go handle the kid. Don't worry about my damn tape. How dare you question my tape? Oh, what? He's back? I'm sorry.
So let's just talk about it.
And he's still going.
I'm partial to painter's tape. I'm just saying. So I might be a little sensitive. I'm sorry.
And a lot of people are. A lot of people use it. It works well. But if you do it right with Scotch tape, you can still use the holder.
Do you use like this kind of Scotch tape?
No. That leaves mass residue, dude.
Okay.
That tape is the equivalent of a sharp.
That's basically like you just bought a slap in the face from me. It's basically what you just bought.
Yes, I do not use packing tape, Bob.
Well, I use it on the outside to secure because I have sometimes if I got a chintzy envelope and it's been rainy, you got to coat that sucker with packing tape, and it becomes like a little, sealer for it, protective coat.
So a condom,
essentially, prophylactic.
And see for like if I send out a bubble mailer, most of the time, there's times I've forgotten, but I'll use strapping tape on the seal too, just to make sure that.
Yeah.
Guess what? I mean, it's the thicker, like that width, but at the same time, you're gonna have. And
if there's any
the top where you can rip the
any flaps, or where it could be peeled apart or whatever,
You can't reuse the bubble mailers I sent.
So this one's going out, and I'm not. This isn't like a brag, but I always do down here. I put tape because these things on this edge, and then I'll probably tape here once I get a mailing label on it. Because if this gets wet, even though it is, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just take it very serious. I don't want to be judged as a bad packer.
Is that Jason to welcome him into the Hall of Fame?
No, this is Well,
Yeah, don't spoil it.
Yeah.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody I haven't sent to before, so.
Well, and I know it's not mine because I know Bob's still building my stack.
Yours is over there in the smorgasbord or whatever.
Yeah, I'm still building your stack, so I'm still building stacks.
Steady stack building. Yeah, it's it's kind of fun. You know, I get overwhelmed sometimes just looking through stuff. Wait, let's go. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Then you better have. Oh,
You may as well go to the gutter right away and save it from eventually going later on. You know where.
if we start in the gutter, we can only like hope to climb our way out. You know,
Exactly.
get it out of our system, so to speak.
Isn't that the premise of the show? Try and get into the gutter as quick as possible so we can climb our way back out.
Insert Revolution podcast.
Yep.
Join us in the gutter early.
We're not the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We're not under the bridge, but we're close. We're like Pennywise.
Right.
We're the Pennywise of the hobby. We're in the gutter. We all float down here.
Let's see here. Optic.
Oh, he's price searching.
So don't you know, or do you ever? So when you list stuff on eBay and then they give you like sort of like where, I don't know where that comes from, like their market research in the Jiffies, like right there as far as where people usually start these auctions at. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No, the recommendation stuff.
Yeah.
They're trending at X or whatever it is.
Right. What card number is this?
Put it up for $5,000. Buy it now. Best offer.
I can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Well,
I'm going to start at 99-cent auction, man. That's how I do it. Free shipping. Because you know what I got into this?
I probably
the price of a normal blaster.
we'll say $20.
Yeah. And even if you added up the probably 8 blasters I opened, $160.
Just make sure you. I'm just throwing this out there. Just in the event that whatever, make sure you put a freaking reserve on it. Make sure you get at least what you want.
Oh yeah,
pay the money.
Yeah. If I got.
Because what's the average that they're selling right now? Raw. 800.
Hold on.
Didn't you show one or talk about one that was like what $7.99? That.
So right after the game, that's what they were. They were like around 600 before. So.
Vinny, pop in here. I know you were looking at those the other day when we were talking late last week, and I thought you had stumbled across one that was up there.
Upgraded. Hold on, Rube.
Dad duties.
Yeah, she's getting ready to knock out. So.
Oh, bedtime.
I'm putting in my little things. So, like now, $6.95 best offer accepted. $6.50 best offer accepted. Let's see what he's got. This I have it listed at like. What is it? Not brand new, like new. The next one, very, very good. The third one,
Optic, Vinny.
no scuffs, scratches, cracks, or holes. The cover art. Oh wait, that's for like. I hate when people do that.
Yeah, that, and I'm not a fan of when people take pictures on eBay or anywhere and the cases are scuffed up. It's like, you want to sell something? Give me the. You don't put like a funhouse mirror with like a car and a.
And you don't put a picture of the back of the card if it's a raw card. You got a slab and you just like you're lazy and you don't want to do it. But You're selling a raw card and you're not putting up pictures of the back. So essentially you have 1 or 2 pictures of the front of the card, and that's what you're giving your potential buyers the opportunity to. I don't get that, man.
Well, that and how many pictures you can have, like 4 or 5 for free on eBay, I think.
What is it?
I think it's up to 6.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, it's not just like 1 or 2 anymore. Yeah, it's a handful where it's like, okay, if I'm going to be completely transparent, you're going to like, okay, this corner might be a little soft if it's like a vintage card or something. It's like, it's raw, it looks great, but be forewarned. I'm just being honest with you. This area or whatever part of the card is like, okay, that's something to take into consideration. It will not be a 10, but what's going on, Joe?
I was going to say, and for something like that, hit the 4 corners if you can. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to, do one of these and show the edges, that type of stuff. But
Yeah,
if there's a soft corner, capture it in a picture. But you're right, though. Make sure you.
It's more the surface issues I mentioned. That's more. It's issues, I'm guessing.
Right. Yeah, Benny. That I knew you were looking at graded ones too.
Yeah, that's always tough too to end it during like a event, like a big game or whatever, because you never know what may happen. You don't know if Brady's going to go off for 5 touchdowns. You don't know if Mahomes is going to go off for 5 touchdowns, and then Brady throws 6 picks and Mahomes throws 6 picks. I just hope it's not a Super Bowl like a few years ago. It was like what 10-6 or 13-6, and New England beat St. Louis or whatever the Rams were called. Those games are like watching snowflakes fall down in North Pole, Alaska. It's like, wow, this is fun.
Well, if you think about it, they don't. Could honestly say they don't have either team had the best of defenses. So I would expect some scoring at least this game, but I could be wrong. I will say I'm going to go with Kansas City though winning the Super Bowl.
I'd say that's a safe bet.
I want them to, but at the same time,
it's tough to count out Brady, isn't it?
That's the thing. That's where I thought about it today. Like at work, I'm like, if I were to pick, if this comes up tonight, what would I say? I want Kansas City. I will be cheering, even though Matt, good call 6. Get on back online, Matt. Big Mike Evans collector, big Tampa Bay fan from many moons ago. Loves Allstott and Dunn too. I'd love to see them win too, because again, they got a lot of guys I like. I like Devin White. I like Chris Godwin. But I'd rather see Kansas City win. But you never count out Brady, and that's sort of where if I had money putting on a game, I'd put it on Tampa, because there's too many times before I've thought, Brady won't do it. He's done it, and he's done better than that. You know what? I don't want to say dislike the guy in New England. I did more because Belichick, you sort of handcuff them together, and Belichick is about as exciting as like stale bread.
Watching paint dry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to have like Bill Parcells and boisterous and like giving quotables all the time, but I mean, when you're pretty much a monotone, you're just like, well, why'd you do this? Because I called the play. Great insight. You're a fucking genius.
Yeah, we didn't play good. We didn't play good today.
Yeah, you lost 42-0. I think Captain Obvious is somewhere around here. He's chiming in now. But yeah, I'd say it's 30-26 Tampa. With like a late touchdown by Brady, just some sort of turnover. Because I know Kansas City, they're missing some linemen with COVID and people Fisher's out. He did something with ankle or leg, and then somebody last week went out with their shoulder injury. So they sort of dinged up at the wrong time in the line. So I don't know. I want them to win that. I'm going to constantly piss off.
But if Brady has the game that he did against Green Bay, it's over. Kansas City will capitalize on turnovers. Unfortunately, Green Bay did not. So Brady has had, as far as I'm concerned, some lackluster performances throughout the playoffs. And mediocre is not going to beat Kansas City. Kansas City's got a good enough defense to where mediocre ain't going to do it. He has to be stellar. And he, in my opinion, he hasn't shown stellar.
He had the one game this year, I know, against, I think, Green Bay earlier, when, he torched them for, 400 and then, 3-4 touchdowns in that game, maybe 5. But at the same time, I think, and I don't know how much it plays into his ego or his ability or whatever, his moxie or whatever he's made up of, when you start saying, well, I don't know if he's pretty, and like what you just said, but pretty mundane, not doing too much, doing more harm than good, and still the team's been able to win by hook or by crook, and because the other team didn't capitalize on his 3 interceptions. They got a field goal, and that was it. Kansas City, it's going to be tough for them because you can't say double Tyreek, you can't say double Kelsey. Because guess what? One of the two is going to be open, and Tyreek's made circus catches for how many years now that are just out of a video game where you make once in a lifetime playing football in a park with your friends. He's making those every week.
Well, and they're saying Sammy Watkins is supposed to be back too, which is another threat.
Yeah. Which that'd be nice to see him do something, because his career has sort of been a floundering mess of mediocrity and missed opportunities.
Like I said, Kansas City doesn't have a great defense, but they can be scary. Look at the pressure that they put on Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Allen's a mobile quarterback. 40-year-old Brady ain't very mobile. And the more you get to him, the more you hit him, the worse he plays. Now, that's my assessment. But and I'm not a fan of Kansas City because they're in my division.
Yep.
But, at the same time, I don't want it to get to the point to where records are unbeatable.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the main reasons why I'm pushing for Kansas City is because, 7 Super Bowls, that'll never happen.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it. I seriously don't think it'll ever happen. Not in the cap eras.
No.
So it's possible. There's creative things that are done consistently to keep big name players and renegotiating contracts and so on and so forth. It can be done, but to obtain that sort of, I'll call it a dynasty because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see it. Personally, I think it's bad. Well, and this is my opinion, but personally, I think it's bad for the game.
I don't want to see Carolina, then the Jets one year, then the next year it's Pittsburgh and the Giants. You want to sort of have that balance where, okay, the Bengals are going to suck. Good. Let them suck. Nothing's going to work for them. But then they have a few-year run with Carson Palmer did and Usmanzada, Chad Johnson, Rudy Johnson. Okay, let them have 3 years of decency and whatever, and then let them go back to being the Bungles. I don't want to see constant. I don't like always seeing Baltimore get there, even though I like Baltimore. I don't want to see Pittsburgh get there. Sorry, Bob.
They won't.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the Pirates. I don't think the Pirates will get to the Little League.
The Steelers are in some. The Steelers are gonna. Man, they got a lot of stuff to figure out right now.
Yep.
And there's a lot of talk, and for the first time today, Ed Bouchette, not to name drop, local sports writers, but like he's the beat writer for the Steelers and has been for 30 plus years. He said, and it's the first time I actually feel like it could be real, like the Steelers, there's murmurs that they might need to move on from Ben, and like they're accepting that term, like do it now, instead of trying to just like, work out some team friendly deal that you're not going to really still have any cap room to like add any key pieces. Like you need to start building back up. Like, the line is old. Pouncey's going to retire. Villanueva's gone. DeCastro, if he doesn't retire, he's Vance McDonald's gone. Juju will not be back. You got to pay JJ Watt, so like that's coming. And Bud Dupree, they've franchised this year. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep him. I just like the only thing is we might get 1 year more out of him because he had an injury and he might have to have another like prove it year.
Yeah.
But man, the Steelers are. It's that transitioning to the next, finding your next franchise quarterback. I mean, it's not. People do that for years. People have never done it.
Yeah, that rebuilding year. And Vinny, to answer your question, with the way that he consistently comes across, I don't think he would. I mean, he's come out and said he wants to play until he's 45 or something along those lines. I mean, it's mid 40s, which if you keep him upright, he can. I mean, Brady has only had one major injury, and that was years ago. Outside of that, he hadn't missed a freaking game, and that's because he's been able to stay upright. And, it's one of those in which, yes, he could go right off in the limelight, like Elway did and Peyton did in Denver, for instance. But I don't think that that's in him. The guy is still healthy. His mind's still in the game. He has no other issues. Hell, he could probably play till he's 50. I mean, let's be real.
He's going to play at least till he's 45, I think.
That's his plan. I mean, that's his plan. So it's one of those in which his heart's there. He's not doing it for the money. But a piece of me thinks he's doing it for other things, records, things along those lines. But he's not doing it for the money. He left New England for the money.
Yeah, he did the hometown discount for how many years, and they still didn't pony up. He's like, well, you know what?
Yep.
Maybe I'll move on from you.
And I think he did it to prove that he could do it without Belichick, though, too. Because
the Super Bowl again. It's like unfathomable to me. I don't know. I'm not just stroking myself here. Like that's pretty fantastic type of. So Tampa, who hasn't, was it 13 or 16 years? When was the last one? It's been a while, right?
3, I think.
Like the Super Bowl for the first time ever is being played and like hosted by a team in it. Like, of course that would be Brady that would do that.
Yep.
It's just crazy.
And that's the only thing that they have going
people
for them.
hate him so much too, though. Like, it is. It really is. It's okay.
That's the one thing that they're going to have going for them is the fact that it's in their home stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And that says a lot. But
like if you I think I was telling Dave this the other night, like if you've just been somebody that's a casual sports fan, or even like not even a sports fan, but you'll go to Super Bowl parties because that's a thing. You've seen Tom Brady in 10 out of the last 20 of these Super Bowl parties you've been going. So it's like, if you don't know squadouche, I so rarely get to use that word. If you don't know squadouche about football, you probably at least know that name. Because, like Tiger in golf, or LeBron. My aunt has no idea of anything about basketball, but she knows the name LeBron James.
Well, and that's because names are synonymous with certain sports. I mean, that's the way it's always been, regardless of how old or young you are.
Mhm.
So
I love seeing those like Brady combine pictures of him like with his shirt off, just like looking like a freaking wet noodle, like so scrawny, so slow.
well, wasn't Brady there when Greasy was there though too?
Yeah, it was him at first, and then
Because Greasy was
and then when
98.
Greasy left, that was supposed to be Brady's chance, and that's when then Henson came in and was like,
Yep.
Brady just got bumped again, but he took it like he came in and bailed him out a few games. I think there, and just like I think it was more like a testament to his character than anything. I mean, I don't know how of course his ego grew immensely from that point, but man, but they were talking about Tom Brady gets a lot of airplay in Pittsburgh radio. Like whatever he's doing, like our local sports are all over it, and they want to know because Brady is like public enemy number one around here to a lot of people. So, but like how at the end of playing catch with Drew Brees' like son at the beginning of that game or whatever, and palling around like that, and then at the end of the Green Bay game when the coverage of like him calling down to his son, "Can I hug my son?" Like it's it all seems a little convenient, like the guy, but I don't know, like he's already won it all. Like what's he doing this for? I think it's just sort of like all gravy to him. I mean, I think he's like a kid out there playing football at 43 years old.
I think he wants to, like Steve had said before, he wants to have pretty much any and every record of actual significance. It's not like, oh, he's got the most passing yards in the Super Bowl of all time. It's like, no, I want the most rings. I want the most rings, and I want to have 8 or whatever, 9. And guess what? Nobody's going to touch that. I'm always going to be, no matter who comes along, you're going to have to say my name as a GOAT. And if you take your Mount Rushmore of either quarterbacks or just players in general, it'll have to probably start with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, part of the thing he wants ultimately. Because, again, yeah, you can love the game and all that stuff. Brett Favre was always that. He's got that childlike ability out there. He's always having a fun time. He's doing this and just.
He's a gunslinger.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he is, but then he gets just waffled when he starts running around. How much fun did he have with the Jets?
Yeah,
None.
who leads the NFL in all time like interceptions, right? I mean, the guy that's throwing it that many times too.
Yeah, you're just like wandering around out there and just like flinging it up like playing 500 or whatever.
Yeah.
Hoping that somebody catches it.
So, different question. Off the Brady topic for a second.
Thank you.
Quarterback related. Anybody say a big WTF with a Stafford golf trade? And help me understand why in the world that even happened and how that even makes any sense whatsoever.
You got to get Brad on here for that question. I don't know.
That just blows my mind. I mean, granted, Detroit gets a future franchise quarterback. Golf is still young.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, they get the better end of the deal, of course, because they got a younger quarterback.
There's somebody on Detroit's staff that was part of the team that drafted Goff. So, like, there's
like the GM or somebody.
Yeah, there's ties.
Yeah, so, like, they know what they're getting.
Yep. Yeah, there's ties there, but it amazed me that Los Angeles would go, and granted, him and McVay, Goff and McVay aren't on the best of terms. That's been obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when they decided to bench him for a guy that has never had a snap before, which is interesting. But, I know what happens. But you don't go to the postseason and bench your starting quarterback who helped get you there for somebody who really has no experience. And Golf had experience in the postseason. They beat New Orleans. Okay, not technically, but when you look at the scoreboard, they did beat New Orleans.
That's funny.
Well, it's reality. I mean, even the officials came out and said, "Yeah, we screwed that one up." But what's done is done. But Golf had, postseason experience. He'd been there. And just because, McVay had a burr up his butt or whatever, and because Golf wasn't performing the way he wanted to him or whatnot, it's interesting because they got an aging quarterback, but they got rid of a franchise quarterback.
I'm gonna leave for just a few, get the bedtime thing rolling, and I'll minimize myself, and then I'll come back.
No worries.
Yeah, that one when I saw it come across, I've got like the trade rumors app, so I read that once in a while to see what's what. And seeing like Stafford, like over the weekend was like, okay, they're looking at making him available. I'm like, well, whatever. And then like 2 days later, all of a sudden it's a done deal for Goff. You get 2 first rounders, I think, with it too, and I don't know if there's a third in there. I mean, there was like a lot of picks.
Yeah, second or third rounder too.
Coming to Detroit for basically just Stafford. I'm like, am I missing something? I know I love Stafford. I mean, this is a guy if I could go back, I wouldn't collect him from the beginning because his prices, I remember, were stupid.
Yep.
If Chris would come in here, he can attest to that. But at the same time, I've always admired how he plays. I've always liked him. Just because, again, and I'm not comparing them apples to apples, but him and Barry Sanders, you can only do so much. Him and Megatron, you saw how well they did. They had no running game. You tried Kevin Jones. You tried Mikel LaShore. You had all these just junk backs. Javid Best. You had no talent there, and you expected those two to basically be, okay, we got 53 people that are on the sidelines. You know what? You two are the 2 people that are gonna. It's make or break. So, and then you have Megatron who's getting hurt because again, throwing it to Stafford, he's going up. Megatron gets clipped by safeties, by corners, by backers. I mean, you're getting the shit beat out of you because you 100% know he's going his way 9.9 times out of 10. So I'd like to see what he can do in McVay's offense. That's the first intriguing part of the offseason because again, Rivers we pretty much all knew was going to retire. He's got 43 kids to take care of, and I think like a high school coaching job down in Mississippi or Alabama, or one of the wealthier states of the union.
Well, we had a feeling Breeze would retire.
Well, yeah, they're in absolutely dire straits with their cap. I think they're $100 million over. So they, even with Breeze retiring, that's going to be a drop in the ocean for them. So there's going to be a lot of retooling there, and I think Michael Thomas is going to be jettisoned.
Is his contract up though? I thought that they signed him for a pretty good chunk of years though recently.
But I think somebody will trade something for him because they need to get out. They are.
Well, yeah. If it's a money thing, unfortunately, well, it's either going to be him, Kamara. I know they freaking gave Taysom Hill a crap ton of money too.
Mm-hmm.
Which so yeah, that's going to be interesting to say the least. And Watson's price is through the freaking roof. I mean, somebody's going to be given 3 farms and oceanfront property in Arizona, and all of Canada to make that deal work.
Well, yeah, that was And again, it's always hypothetical. I always like reading them because you want to see what people, insiders, think they're gonna trade for, like Watson. Most of these were like 3-team deals on like ESPN. They had, I think, late last week, I think 17 trades because they went through the other 15 teams. They said, well, Baltimore, Kansas City, they're not trading Lamar or Mahomes. And I think Buffalo, they're not trading Josh Allen. It's like those are the three that are guaranteed. And then you had other ones. It's like, okay, Jacksonville's not going to, because obviously it looks like Trevor Lawrence, God willing, up until draft night or draft day, he'll be their first pick. That's who they're going to build around. I've told Brad, I think it's going to be Miami. They just have the draft capital. They have a quarterback they could send back in Tua. And he said again that, yeah, they're not ready for that kind of move because they have more pieces they need to get. But at the same time, you want a franchise quarterback. That's your goal. Watson is a franchise quarterback.
Right.
You do not know what Tua is. The jury is still absolutely hung because they have no clue. He had flashes of brilliance and he had just bonehead moves, because I think against your Broncos he didn't play worth shit. It was like down to the wire. So I think he had to come in.
Yeah, that was kind of a nasty game. And then like Vinny's significant other, I refrain from using the term that is affixed to said YouTube name because that's debatable. Sorry. You got JJ Watt in the mix. He's getting a little bit more mouthy and wordy as it pertains to things. I mean, they got rid of their best wide receiver and DeAndre Hopkins not too long ago. It just that's an indication of the GM at its best, and the fact that maybe they need to make a change. I'm not talking about anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't read the comments. I'm going blind.
I don't even see the comment up there.
Yeah, I don't either. It must have been removed. It's a glitch in the system.
The Matrix.
I'll be honest. I'd love to see Watson in Denver. It would cost the farm. They have some key pieces that they need to re-sign, but there's individuals that they can get rid of to save on cap space. It would also be a bundle deal with Drew Lock, which is fine though too. I mean, I have high hopes for that kid. He's too inconsistent. He can be taught. I mean, he can learn a lot with the right coaching and everything else, but that's left to be determined. And you got a new GM who's trying to come in and potentially make waves. And that would be a huge wave if somehow, shape, form, or fashion that they could pull off something like that to get Deshaun Watson.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, okay, Drew Lock might be good. Tua might be good. Sam Darnold might be good. Daniel Jones might be good. Deshaun Watson is good. And that's with, again, all these stupid trades that the GM, or what was it, Bill O'Brien, when he was doing the coaching and GMing, and stupid Cal McNair or whatever, his dumbass as the owner or president, that's just that team, I bet you in 5 years probably relocates because of all the stupid moves they keep making and how many bridges they burn at every turn. And then you take for your coach it's like Eric Bieniemy. That's the logical choice. Get him in there. He's been one of the key components of this Kansas City offense. Nope. Let's get some dude that's like 65 from Buffalo that's never been a head coach. That's going to work well. You know what's also going to work well? Me walking down the road in a thong in the middle of February. That's about the same result that's going to occur. I don't get it. And again, I'm not a Houston fan at all. I like watching them when they had Hopkins and Watson. You have those two. I love Matt Schaub there. He was so fun to watch and superior underrated. But they just seem to make misstep after misstep. They've got opportunities. Nope, misstep. And I think the only good thing is when they traded away Clowney. I mean, that was pretty good.
Yep.
To get something out of him because he had a woeful year last year, and it's like, okay, that's your one plus, that's your one gold star. Trading Hopkins for David Johnson, what?
Yeah, that was seeing but that falls on the GM and ultimately the ownership. Of sitting there making piss poor decisions, and their coaching staff and those other individuals that are making decisions and not putting their foot down and being like, no, this didn't happen. So, and on the flip side, from a Jets perspective, we don't know if Sam Darnold will be worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
They refuse to give him weapons and offensive line support.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, they signed Le'Veon Bell. Whoop-de-freaking-do. That's one person. And, I've always said this is not a slap on the Pittsburgh fans. I think Le'Veon Bell was a system running back. He thrived in that system. And that's how a lot of running backs are. I mean, I can't compare him to Emmitt Smith because, let's face it, when he went to Arizona, he was old,
yeah,
as it is. But, even then, you could have put anybody in that offensive line in that scheme in those years, and they would have still had the numbers that Emmitt Smith did. So Emmitt Smith was, a system running back. The one on the flip side, people can say Terrell Davis was a system running back. Well, I can call bullshit because after Terrell Davis left, how many 1,000-yard rushers did you have after that?
I mean, you had some good game guys. I mean, Mike Anderson might have had at least the 1 year. Maybe. But Olandis Gary, he had one or two good games. Jaden Bell really didn't do a heck of a lot.
But they were still 1,000-yard rushers.
Yeah.
I think Terrell Davis could have played anywhere and still been successful.
I mean, he flourished in that one-cut system.
Yep.
Again, that was just he happened into it. Shanahan, that's his bread and butter. Guess what? You can't knock somebody and say, well, it's a system. Well, if it is, the coach found the system that works. I think that's the end game, the goal you want.
Yep.
Let's have a running shoot with a guy that can pound the ball for 30 attempts.
Could you imagine what Barry Sanders could have done elsewhere?
No.
I mean, Barry Sanders is a once in a generational talent, and Detroit screwed him.
Mm-hmm.
I could only imagine what he could have done or would have done outside of Detroit, because that guy was super talented, a phenomenal running back, so fast, quick on his feet. Just watching some of his, highlight reels and stuff, and going one way and then reversing the other way and coming out of a whole 5 yard for what normally would be a 5 yard loss in today's age, and he picks up 8 yards. You're going, okay, what the hell just happened here? I mean,
sure, he had a bunch of negative runs. I think he's got to be close to the all-time leader, but at the same time, how many of those negative runs turned into 70, 30, 50-yard runs because he didn't give up? Because, again, I think the only the only lineman I remember him having that was worth a shit was Lomas Brown. That was literally, again, the only, I'm not a Detroit fan. At the same time, though, it's not like they were building from within. Oh, they kept on trying to Jermaine Crowell. Let's see if he works. Let's see if some of these other DNs and like a Luther Ellis, who had a very good career. But I'm like, you've got Scott Mitchell, who's a serviceable quarterback for the couple of years, and then he just went to shit. But you had him, Herman Moore, Brett Perriman, and then Barry Sanders. That's video game offense. When Herman Moore's catching 100 balls and 1,400 yards, and people now you ask them who Herman Moore, who's that? They won't know. Brett Perriman had 1,000-yard seasons. Barry Sanders and then Scott Mitchell, you don't need him to throw 80 times a game, because when he did, it wasn't good. But you have a core, and you just couldn't build that lineup. You tried to, and you struck out so many times. And it just, I don't know. I really wish he would have had a chance. If him and Emmitt Smith would have flipped, I don't think Emmitt Smith obviously has close to maybe even half the numbers he had in Dallas.
Agree.
Because, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, when you did, and what's interesting though, Dallas does so well in building off the offensive line. You know, it took them, they were the staple in the 90s. It took them a few years to rebuild it up. And you can always tell the difference of how well they do based on the offensive line performance. So underrated is not even the right word.
Underappreciated, undervalued. I mean, they were. That's why I say do not go back and start watching NFL primetime episodes from like 94 through 97. I did that, and it cost me money. But again, I don't know how many times that's up for the bingo cards tonight. Paul must be at work. But again, it cost me money on some really cool cards that I otherwise would have been just like, I'm not even going to look for Carl Pickens or Herman Moore. But like, well, I've watched Carl Pickens score touchdowns in like 4 straight games or whatever off the highlights. Well, he was a little better than I remembered. I mean, he got hurt a couple times, and Darnay Scott came in there and it looked like he was going to take over, and he really didn't. So I was like, well, Carl Pickens is a little better than I remembered him, and Herman Moore was multiple times better.
Yep. Well, Chris Carter, I think, was even underappreciated, undervalued.
Mm-hmm. Derek Mason's another one too. That I mean, I don't think he's got much for rookies. I think it's just that 97 Ultra,
97 SP Authentic.
Because I mean, there's more of the late season stuff that I think he got into. Some of the maybe there's a Pacific something, like Philadelphia, or like Vinatieri's in like the secrets of the game or whatever it was.
Well, what's this is one thing I always hated about 97 SP Authentic, and even some of the SP sets. So 97 SP Authentic, you have Jason Taylor, Derek Mason, Tiki Barber, Rondé Barber, and I think there's one other guy that's in that set that does not have like a rookie moniker on it. Mm-hmm. So if you wouldn't know about it, you would sit there and be thumbing through cards and be like, oh, this is nothing but a bunch of base. And because there was only the first 20, first 25 that actually have the rookie moniker. And you would have thought, like Tiki Barber would have been in that, but he wasn't in 97 SP Authentic. Yeah, Rob Moore's another guy for the Jets.
Yeah, he was solid, and then I think who else? Jamal Anderson was a guy that had the quick spurt.
Yeah.
I mean, not lengthy career, but I mean, for the 4 or 5 years, the typical running back career, he was a load, and he was another one that had the 96 SP. That wasn't, but I think in that year, I don't know if they had. There was one of the years I thought they had like the little. Well, Terrell Davis, I think that year.
95. Yeah, 95. They actually, so the first 10 or whatever is the foil.
Yep.
And then all the other rookies, and there's a ton in that set. Derek Brooks, but actually have the rookie emblem.
Kind of, or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's
Alvin Harper is another one who didn't get a whole lot of appreciation. Everybody knew who Michael Irvin was, but Alvin Harper was just as deadly.
For him, I don't think he could stay healthy, though. That was the trouble. I mean, he'd always have 2 or 3 games in a row where it's like, okay, now we're going to see what he's about, and then he'd sprain his ankle. Be out for 3-4 weeks. It's like, just put together a full season. That's all we ask. Curtis Conway was another one like that, too. I mean, he had some monster games, and then he'd have the injuries. Because I think the 97, when I started watching that, I don't know if it's like the first 3 or 4 or 5 games, he was out. It's like, and that seemed to be every year. He was hurt and hurt and hurt. Corey Dillon, I've got a bunch of his stuff.
Yep, I've got quite a bit since '97 was a prime year for me. So I got Dillon rookies, I've got Dunn rookies, I've got Gonzalez rookies. Yes, I said Gonzalez, and I'm referring to Tony Gonzalez for anybody who's curious. Plummer, I mean, I've got them running out my ears because I opened so much '97. But no, that's valid. Jake Reed was another guy who could do a lot of damage, but you're right, overshadowed by other talent on the team.
Mm-hmm. And even the tight end, I can't remember who it was.
Kleinsasser?
Mm-mm.
You going back?
Oh, because 98, he did well, and that was, again, Jake Reed, and then you had Chris Walsh, who just caught like one pass a game, and it was usually a 3rd and 4, and he had a 5-yard route, caught it, and again, there's not enough, I don't think, selfless type players like that, where it's like, that's going to be my one goal. That's my one niche. I might have 3 passes thrown to me a game, but I'm going to sure as hell going to make sure that when they're thrown my way, I'll do everything in my power to, yes, Andrew Glover. Because then I think after that year, I don't know if he was gone after that year, but Kleinsasser came in, and the Cro-Magnon man, he was literally looked like he came out of a cave.
But he caught touchdowns.
It was just a brick, too. I mean, I enjoyed watching him. I watched him, I don't know how many times. It's always fun to see him get the ball and try to do something.
So many good quality players during that time span that either got overshadowed, they don't get the appreciation, so to speak, of their what they did for their teams, so to speak. You're always going to have players that don't get the look in the hobby, so to speak, for whatever reason, unless somehow, shape, form, or fashion they make the Hall of Fame, and then it's like, oh yeah, well now I remember this guy. But so many great players, so many good teams that were good because of those. I'll call them position players.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember Robert Smith too. That's what, 93,
Yep.
92, 93. Couldn't remember if he was the same year as Bledsoe or not.
Wow.
Uh, but it's there's too much focus on championships and rings and so on and so forth. And, I know a lot of people use the moniker, Hall of Very Good.
Mhm.
And there's a ton of them, a ton of them. And some of them they get overlooked without realizing what they brought to the game or their team, so to speak. It's crazy.
That whole Jacksonville team. Brunell, Taylor, Smith, McCardle. You got Baselli in the Hall of Fame, I think. I don't know if it's the last couple of years he went in. I'm pretty sure. Which I don't know. It always surprised me because I remember him being hurt constantly. I mean, just him, him and Brian Balaga basically were the same player, but they're always hurt. Great talent, incredible strength and skill, whatever. But when you're always hurt, you can't help.
Yeah, that was Clady.
Yeah, another one.
Cl- Clady was, generational talent at left tackle, but he always got hurt. I mean, he was Hall of Fame caliber, but always hurt, always hurt. And there was always a change in the offensive dynamics when he wasn't in the game.
Mhm. Yeah, that I enjoy when people don't talk about that Jacksonville team though, because I love them, especially, and I know it's going to be a sore subject for you when they went to Denver and won there, and Jimmy Smith had that I think the diving touchdown near the end of the game to win it, or it was to put them ahead, and Natron had came on. So I think it was the first week they played in Buffalo, and he just absolutely went off. He had like 162, 168 on 28 carries, 30 carries, and a couple touchdowns. And I'm like, well, 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 look who still knows how to run. Because I think that year, Jimmy Stewart or James Stewart was like, they had gotten him in 95. I think in the second or third round, and they're pretty much, they signed Natron just as like well, he did well in 94, had injuries in 95. Chargers cut him because they thought Aaron Culver was going to be the answer. Good luck with that. And so signed Natron, and it was sort of like the Andre Rison signing too, that sort of middle of the year, and got rid of him. I think I don't know if it was that Super Bowl that because they went to New England and lost, and then they played Green Bay in the Super Bowl, or New England did. And I don't remember if Rison was on that team or the team the year after, because I thought Rison got a Super Bowl ring. I think Jacksonville had him and then cut him maybe midway through the year. So, but again, that Jacksonville team was so fun to watch. I mean, Tony Brackens, Kevin Hardy, you had monsters everywhere. I remember that. That was like 62 to 10 or something.
I was I was shaking my head at the last one. I don't think he will.
That's the bad part about today's receivers putting up the numbers they are. Everything from that era when it was coming into fruition in the mid 90s, where it wasn't a one back 35 carries, 108 yards, Byron Morris stuff. It's Yancey Thigpen's catching 95 balls and 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns. 95 catches now is like probably 20th, 25th on the list. Back then, it's leading. When you get 100, it was like, wow, 100 catches. now you have 10, 12, 15 players catching 100 balls, plus Larry Centers, who was the original scat back, the guy you dumped to and still could run a route. I'd love to see him in because of how important he was to the maturation and the growth of the position and transitioning from just a basically, because they consider him, I think, a fullback. Because I remember for like the Pro Bowl, it'd be like Larry Centers fullback. I'm like, Larry Centers isn't a fullback. Pulling the wool over my eyes. That's not right. He'd catch 95, 100 balls. I mean, sure, he'd have 750 yards of it with the receiving, but still, you catch 100 balls, especially with the Arizona, who had nothing at the time.
Right.
So, I mean, that you wish there was like a wing in the Hall of Fame to like recognize those players. That it's like you come from that running back where you're used to like Bo Jackson just like steamrolling or Okoye to guys that are catching 80 to 100 balls a year, and still they're rushing for, I mean, 300-400 yards, but they're still, it's not just 10 carries, 8 yards. You're a valuable piece of your team.
Yep. Well, qualifications to the Hall of Fame can always be a debatable topic. Let's be real.
In all Hall of Fame.
And that's 100% accurate. It's just, as a Denver fan, it's hard that there are still players that I would consider Hall of Fame worthy because of what they did for that team during the time in which they played. Smith being one of them. He didn't have a slouch of a career in Denver. Very, very important for those Super Bowl wins. So was Ed McCaffrey, for that matter. And the one thing that still blows my mind about Eddie Mack is that guy played with freaking kicker shoulder pads. And for anybody who's played football or knows anything about pads, the kickers have very flimsy pads. They're almost non-existent. And McCaffrey would go across the middle. He wasn't scared to. And he never put up the numbers as Rod Smith did. But, at that point in time, in the late 90s, when they made they were making their runs, if it wasn't for them, and can't forget Shannon Sharp, Shannon Sharp was a huge piece of that though too. They wouldn't have won the championships that they did. But I will say it until I'm blue in the face. The reason why Denver didn't win championships prior to those 2 years is because they had no running game. Terrell Davis changed that franchise and gave them something that Denver was missing. And that's not a slap at Bobby Humphrey or Floyd Little in previous years and guys like that. It just, they didn't have a running game like they did when they drafted Terrell Davis. So, and they would have probably gone to more if Terrell Davis wouldn't have gotten hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, once he started getting dinged up near the end.
Well, he tore his ACL because he chased down a guy after an interception. Yep. It wasn't because he was running the football. Mm-hmm. He went from offense to turn to defense and freaking tore his ACL.
Yeah, I love watching him play. He was just so fun to watch.
If people haven't had a chance to go look it up on YouTube, go do the search for I'm trying to think of the best way to have you put it in. Do something along the lines of Terrell Davis hit on kickoff or something along those lines. He freaking lays that guy out.
Yeah, and he's number 44 or something.
Yeah, he is not number 30. I can't even remember what the hell his number was during that time, but he lit that guy up.
I don't know if it was one time we were talking or it was maybe in the show before. I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I remember this. I'm gonna go back and watch, and it was a game in Japan or something like that. And so seeing that, I mean, he trucks the dude, absolutely destroys him. I mean, that's like your quintessential football hit. And I mean, I don't know if it was Mike Patrick over there who has, holy cow!
Oh yeah, the broadcaster, the sports announcer, or whatever, sitting there going, "Oh yeah," it's like, "Oh, he just got laid out by Terrell Davis, rookie out of Georgia," and the team was freaking all, yeah. Just go watch it. I mean, he lays the guy out.
Yeah, of course, after the podcast is over,
or go watch it during. It's 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
yeah, if you just look up Terrell Davis big hit or kickoff hit, that should bring it up. It's like a minute and a half or whatever, but still, it's because you didn't see that. You don't think of him in that regard. You don't think of him as like a gunner on the special teams or something like that, or one of the guys that's right on the side of the kicker that are the sprinting down the field to like the wedge busters. You're not thinking of him in that regard. You're thinking of him, okay, he's a running back getting 35 carries a game, chewing away, pounding away, and then you have 2 or 3 big runs that really open up the game and put in Denver's favor. So to see him, it'd almost be like, again, like you'd see Mark McGuire make some incredible stick at first when he's playing first base and he's like a backhanded like a Will Clark or a Mattingly or stops the ball where you don't think of Mark McGuire in any sense with a glove on. It's always with a bat in his hand. So
yep. You always forget about the defensive aspect when it comes to baseball.
Yeah, unless they're known for it, like Kenny Lofton or somebody like that, where it's like, okay, I know he's going to be zipping across the outfield and diving, or Jimmy Edmonds, perfect example there. That's what you think of. You think of him just that catch up in Kansas City when it was like the Willie Mays-esque diving basically towards the outfield wall, losing sight to the ball and still catching it. That, and again, it wasn't as big as a World Series robbing, obviously in that context, but at the same time, that's a hell of a catch.
Yeah, look at some of Mookie Betts' catches.
I'm lucky too. I get to see Buxton here in Minnesota when he's not hurt. He's made some catches that he's run headlong, basically full bore into the center field wall, caught it, but I mean he's out for 3-4 weeks later. But he's made some just stupid catches where you're like, no way, he's playing in on somebody and it's hit to the wall and he makes a catch and you're in awe because this dude's speed is insane. But again, you can't do that stuff if you're always getting hurt. And that goes for all the sports.
Yep. Injuries plague good playing careers.
Mm-hmm.
I can't argue it anymore. TD made the Hall, which, like I said, he could have been just put in on his playoff numbers,
Yeah.
to be brutally honest. But, it's one of those in which I could only imagine of how many more years he would have played.
Yeah.
And what that would have done, to the team, especially since, Elway retired after their second one. But still, I mean, Greasy wasn't horrendous. He probably would have only played up through, let's see, he could have made it to the Cutler years, I guess, because that would have been 12 seasons, 11 seasons. So I mean, it's possible, In that era, it wasn't uncommon for running backs to, play 12, 15 years, though, too. So, I mean, it's always was a possibility. But I could only imagine what more Denver could have done if he wouldn't have gotten hurt.
Well, that and you don't have to use all those. Again, I know Quentin Griffin was a little later on. I think Orlando Gary might have been fourth or later, but I know Tatum Bell was a second.
So I was trying to think of because Anderson was 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Tatum Bell was
4.
Okay. Olandis was 01.
I think so, yeah.
Griffin was 02 or 03.
I think 03, because I think he only had like the pros and prospects rookie or something. It was
He had an SP Authentic too, because I have it.
It was very limited again, where he came on mid-season where he had 2 or 3, 4 games in a row. It's like, who's this dude?
Yeah, little small kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was what was so amazing for him. You could lose him in the mammoth line and go, where the hell's the ball carrier? Yeah, I should have taken advantage of when he had those few good games that he had, because I had the SP Authentic, and I think it got up to $30 or $40, which isn't huge, but still.
Going on, Clint. Yeah, for somebody that didn't have any. Again, in that time, people are sort of looking more because Brady. It wasn't a full Brady that dumb yet, but I mean, you're looking, okay, this guy came out of the 6th round. We're gonna start picking up maybe if we can get this, but this wasn't even part of that. This was he had nothing until mid-season.
Well, I mean, Griffin did okay at Oklahoma, so I mean, he was a big name, but he kept going down the list, so to speak, because of his size. Mm-hmm. He was just a small guy, 5'9" or something, maybe a $195 soaking wet type situation, but he still found ways to sniff the end zone when they were, in the red zone. But he was fun to watch the few games that he did play. I was trying to think of who else would have been. I mean, Portis was 02. Portis was 02.
But when they trade him, that was like away.
Yeah, they traded him after a couple years for Champ.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to me worked out in Denver's favor in the long run, because I think Portis lasted only a couple years in Washington before he basically called it quits. He played well for Washington, don't get me wrong. He had the 5 touchdown game or whatever it was. So, I mean, he did phenomenal in Washington. But, we got Champ for years. And this still hurts me to even talk about it. But when we had Champ and Darren Williams, you can freaking forget it.
Mm-hmm.
You can forget it. 2 shutdown corners. Where are you gonna throw the football?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna throw it? You got your 3rd and 4th options, and if you got a good tight end, that's one of your options. But as far as your number 1 and number 2 receiver, you can forget it.
Yeah, that's besides the running backs and Shanahan's system. I think the hallmark for any Denver defense has been those shutdown corners over the years. They seem to pluck them out of the thin air. Chris Harris, you had Roby, who, again, when he was on, there's times he was a sputtering.
Yeah.
For other reason, but I mean, when he was on in Denver, he'd shut everybody down too. So, again, that's not a bad thing to have. I mean,
yeah, and they build good. They find good safeties too.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Simmons is one of their key guys that they have to re-sign in this offseason. He's still not Atwater. But, when Dawkins came to Denver, granted, he already had a name for himself, but at the same time, Denver knows how important good safeties are. So,
well, yeah, then you have that veteran leadership too, and okay, he's been through the wars. He knows the success of that. Okay, we need that quarterback of the secondary. We need that general back there, and Dawkins fit that bill perfectly because he still could play basically a center field.
oh yeah,
and that's all you needed him to do. You didn't need him to sit there and cover man to man.
nope. Yeah, he's still. I haven't bothered to look in so long. It's one of those in which I still focus so much on Terrell Davis stuff that I need to go back and look through the Denver Broncos auto PC and like remake my list. Actually, I should say make the list of certified autos in a Denver uniform, and then go through the PC and actually start going through and kind of scratching some players off. But I'm pretty sure they made a couple Broncos autos of Dawkins, and he's definitely one that is on my list.
Because is he in the hall or no?
Ooh, let me search. I don't.
I don't know if he was up with Joey and Luke's set. That's what I'm trying to remember if he was in there.
Yes, he did make it.
Okay.
2018.
Okay. So there's going to probably be that opportunity there to get that Spectra Hall of Fame one eventually because they're going to put them both.
Eagles and the Broncos, yep. Yeah, the first release would have been Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, and I think they have other ones. I don't know if they did one like an Immaculate or National Treasures or something like that. But I'm pretty sure I've seen a few Dawkins autos out there in a Denver uniform. And that's definitely one I want to ensure that I have on there. Because there's a lot of players that have come to Denver and finished their career, i.e. Peyton Manning. That
Bonnie.
Do what?
Bonnie Holiday.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything of him though.
Well, Tracy Hackler needs to get on that. And
Neil Smith. Pretty sure Neil Smith finished his career in Denver after the Super Bowls.
Yeah, I think he signs a lot too. He's sort of like
I just want to be only mine for Halloween.
I think he just passed within last couple of years for the Red Sox that he autoed pretty much everything, and I can't think of his name. Oh, I want to say Jimmy Fox, but I know it's 100% wrong. I think he was a second baseman or shortstop.
Don't get me to guessing.
Bobby Dorr, that's who it was. He signed tons of stuff. I mean, that's probably their cheapest Hall of Fame auto you can get out. There's Bobby Dorr. And I think that's basically how I've seen the last 5 years or so. For Neil Smith, he seems to have quite a bit out there. So you will have your choice of Neil Smith autos when you come to that bridge.
Yeah, when I start looking again, because I used to have a list, and I would make it every year, and it's going to be dark because I'm not turning on the light because I think my wife is trying to avoid having the neighbor come over here. And if the light's off, she doesn't come over here. But so I used to have a list, and I do it every year based on the rookies and everything else, because those were always going to be needs for that year. And I just keep adding to it, and then every once in a while, I'd start doing broad searches and things along those lines, and it's like, oh crap, I didn't realize that they had an auto of him in a Denver uniform, so I'd add it to the list and everything else. But since I tore down my PC in my office, it's like I didn't bother to pull any of that stuff off. So I've lost it, so to speak. And there are some things that for whatever reason, I can't find anymore. Knew it was there, and then all of a sudden it's like go looking for it, and it's like, WTF, what the hell happened?
What's the thing here? I don't know where. It's not like there's only one or two piles to look through, but I know I had them out, so I'm gonna have to, I think, go up in the table upstairs and look for the Siakam. I've got a couple cards still left to him, and even though Toronto's been scuffling and sputtering along, his stuff he's been doing well. He's had, I think, what was it the other night? I think he had 37 points, and they won. But they're not that good this year. I don't know why, but I'd like to move those quickly too, just to move on from them.
Well, and the one thing that's nice about basketball, it's so much more player based than it is team based. Football, it's a combination of both. Uh, if the team's doing really well, then there's the spike in certain caliber players based on position, so on and so forth, though too.
Yeah, like in basketball, you can have a down game, but if you have a good game, then you have a great game. You go from $60 for a Prism base rookie to 150 or something. I mean, it's just like a insane jump because basketball's so in the moment, driven by sales or by prices. It's performance driven more than probably any other sport. So even hockey, Lafreniere isn't doing much of anything. He scored a goal, but I think his plus minus is -3 or -4. And his prices aren't really dropping a ton. It's not like, oh God, this guy's going to be the next Alexander Daig or Chris Phillips or Wade Redden or Patrick Stefan. It's like, no, people are still buying into him because, again, I don't know if it's just the time frame that we're in or the market he's in, because he's in New York, and it's like, okay, even if he doesn't succeed there, they'll try to get something from him. Then maybe that market will shift a little bit. But yeah, it's not like his upper deck, the Young Guns, is going down from, I don't know, 160 to 180 down to like 50, because then you'd have a lot of people buying in there.
No, absolutely.
I think I'd probably buy in at that point just to take a flyer and be like, well, if he does well, he does well. If he doesn't, well, you know what? I've done it before. I've spent 50 on a lot worse cards, so I can get that look decent. Why not?
You spend $50 on something, and it not be worth a damn. What, Dave? What? Huh?
I'm looking at a complicated pleasure, but well,
But what do we always say? Collect what you like, collect what you enjoy. If you're satisfied with it, it doesn't matter.
that was the one that I'd show him, I don't know, whatever episode
Yep.
going a while back, but that was one that's about that mark. And I'm super happy to get it, but again, you have other people that are like, well, I don't know about that, and that's fine. Again, you can judge everyone's collection, but at the same time, when the judgment comes back to you, don't get your panties up in a bunch because of that. Because
Yep.
if you feel you're above everyone else, and you tell others what to collect. That's never going to be. I've said many a time that's never going to end well, especially if I catch wind of it.
Right.
That's where these Lake Superior videos are born.
That they are. Dave sometimes makes special trips up there just to make those videos.
Yeah, I haven't been up there for it's been a while. I'd say this weekend, but I think the high is going to be negative 10 or 10 below on Sunday. So
Ugh. You've been missing all this snow though, right?
which I'm happy. I see that stuff out in, I don't know if Bob's getting it, but I know like New York, so I think Manny's getting hammered hard. The post office, I think he's closed out there. So they're getting like a foot and a half, 2 feet. And okay, you guys can have that.
Yeah, I've got two of my employees up there. But we're still working remote, so it doesn't matter. They're used to it, but
Yeah, they can have it. That there's been plenty of winters where we've got 3, 4, 5 storms that are a foot or more snow, and then usually, if it isn't the next day, because usually that front is still moving through, it's the day after that the bone chilling temperatures come into play. And it's like, so if you don't shovel that first night or that first day, all of it just hardens up and it's horrendous. So I'm so happy that it's been.
Ed's waiting.
Who?
Ed,
What?
he's in the lobby.
Ed Wood?
The dog hair that just sticks out. Alright, here we go.
There. What's going on, man?
How's it going, guys? Been enjoying the show.
Have you? You hadn't said anything.
Those dogs, they're
I was
cute.
watching Lurking in the Shadows.
All right, we're gonna start calling you Carlos Jr.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to get on earlier, but I didn't eat anything. Like, I didn't eat dinner. So I was like, what better way to celebrate going back on the podcast than getting a chicken sandwich? So I go to Chick-fil-A and it was closed. They closed at 7 o'clock. Now, it has been snowing around here. You guys were talking about, the East Coast getting hit with snow. We got hit with like 6 inches, so wasn't a big deal. New York and like up by Boston got hit a lot harder, and like central Pennsylvania. But I was like, oh shit, Chick-fil-A's closed, so no chicken sandwich. This sucks. So I had to wind up just getting something else, and that like just tacked on another hour because everything's closing around here early because no one's going out on the roads and stuff like that. So I'm the only asshole out on the road.
Leave it to Carlos to pop in with his comment too.
Brandon.
No, I haven't had. That's the only bad part too up here, that I haven't found like a place that has a good chicken sandwich. Because that Chick-fil-A and then the Popeyes are down at my brother's, and that's in Appleton, Wisconsin. That's south of Green Bay by about a half hour, and that's 8 hours from me. And with my excess girth, I'm usually in tune to where the food is the best. Wherever the chairs have like an extra sized weight limit, that's where I'm gonna head, where I can have my like truck scale weighing area. And I haven't found a chicken sandwich around that it's like either the one I'm looking for is like the hotter one, like
Spicy?
Yeah, the Nashville hot or whatever, that type of kind. It's so good. And I mean, I would go full Yokozuna and have like 10 of them. But I mean, you need like a wheelbarrow or probably a forklift to get me out of there because I just couldn't be able to. I wouldn't move.
Mr. Carlos got a win tonight, 6-3. Is it weird that like I start checking scores now and like I look at the Dallas Stars and I automatically think of Carlos? Like I'm like, okay, Carlos is probably happy. Dallas Stars won. Like
he's not paying attention this year.
No.
So Carlos, I do have to ask: have you been kind of going back and forth, checking out Amit and Kent's new deal?
Cocksuckers, God, put it on the same time. I'm gonna have to watch the archive, which I don't mind doing if it's like a 7 hour and 24-minute one. But I don't think
no, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
I don't think the meat has the gas in the tank to
Nails so short, don't bite them.
go that long.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, Carlos, because you got silent there for a while. Usually, you can always find an opportunity to throw a zinger in there from time to time. So I didn't know if you were kind of checking out their stuff. I did reach out to Kent though, because Kent's old school, and wish him the best in the joint venture and everything. Told him that I'd do my best to support him. Unfortunately, I'd have to catch him on the replay because you picked the wrong night. There's only one podcast on Tuesday nights. Damn it.
Damn right.
But I did tell him I would definitely go check it out because I do want to support both of them. Amit's good people, Kent's good people.
I saw Bob Lewis was on earlier. Like I think he went up to Lake Superior to put the kids to sleep.
He's supposed to come back.
I mean, it's a long pilgrimage up to the Lake Superior.
I think he got sucked into the ceiling wall again.
Always possible. Hey,
Definitely.
He was on dad duty, so we get it. He may or may not show back up. We'll see. He said he was coming back. So we're gonna have to hold him for that. And if he doesn't, then we definitely get to kick him out of the Hall of Fame.
I think the term Carlos was using was impeach. He'll be impeached out of the Hall. By the way,
Wow.
since I'm on your friendly market update for the hashtag Invest Hour of the Insert Revolution podcast, premium free advice being doled out right now
By a YouTube Hall of Famer.
This made me sick. This made me ill when I saw this. But now, apparently, market update, the PSA Gem Mint 10 Tops update Mike Trout is now over and around $10,000.
God.
$10,000, baby!
And you got 10 of them, right?
I got none of them. I'm gonna be drinking bleach after the podcast.
Please don't. So, in other words, you're regretting the fact of not picking up about 10 of those previously. Is that what you're getting at, Ed?
Steve, at the last national, which was we didn't have one last year, but 2019 in Chicago, they were $900. And I thought that was like, I was like, wow, that's probably going to come down in the off season. No. Fucking $10,000 for a base card, a base rookie from 2011.
And you don't even have Peyton Manning's and, some of those. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
People were debating on the Facebook groups if like they're fake sales or whatever, because a couple of them were. There was a few that were at 9,000. Then there was like I think one or two at 9,500, and then I think two sold for 10,000. And there was a diamond because 2011 that was the year that Topps did the diamond anniversary inserts, which is, in my opinion, one of their coolest inserts.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty
that they have done in a long time. Well, anyway, there's a PSA 10 Trout out there that sold for I think 500 shy of 20 grand. Fuck this hobby, man.
Well, Carlos brought it up on Sunday. He talked about the golden auctions and everything else. Ken Golden is a marketing genius. I'm just going to say it. I'll give him his mad props. He does all the marketing for his stuff. And, he did his little state of the hobby address type situation. And a lot of these people, they don't give a shit. They got the money. They don't care. They're just throwing it out there. They don't care.
It's crazy. I know Carlos commented on the Soto video I just did last night. Like, I had a lot more thoughts that I wanted to put into that video, but it was 20 minutes. I think that was good enough. But the hobby really pisses me off sometimes because, like, Juan Soto was so cheap for so long, and it's just like this hive mind out there, just like kind of like sheep hive mind out there. It's like all of a sudden, like, oh, that guy's real good. Let's everyone buy him right now. Buy. And like he went from 150, like his PSA 10 Chrome update, which like Juan Soto doesn't have many rookie cards. So that's something that goes in his favor, I guess, for value if you want to look at it. But that card in particular was like 150 to 200 for however long, and now it's pushing like close to 500, and nothing has changed with his on the field production, with any of his accolades, with nothing has changed. It was just like with Carson Wentz, the same shit with Carson Wentz. His Prism rookie was like $200 all day, every day, even after he got concussed against the Seahawks in the last postseason. And prior to the start of this NFL season, it was like $1,000. I'm like, nothing has changed with him. Like, why has it gone up? Nothing has changed. It's just like, I guess like the buyer groups or whatever, or it's like, I said this in the Juan Soto video, like, are people watching the games? Like, because Juan Soto should have never been undervalued to begin with, that undervalued. And now all of a sudden, it's just like people woke up one day, were like, you know what? He's a really good player. I think it'd be smart to buy Juan Soto.
And then you have people who have paid attention to it, like you, like Carlos, for instance, and potentially can take advantage of those situations, though, too. You're not going to get no 10 grand. It's possible when you have all these people who have millions of dollars or billions of dollars, for that matter, just throwing shit out there.
Were telling me, though, they were like, dude, it's not a big deal. You're a beneficiary of this because you have a whole bunch of the cards. So you should kind of be happy that this is happening. I'm like, yeah, to a certain extent, it's cool, but it's like kind of like a double-edged sword because like now I won't be able to buy a lot of that particular player's cards because they're just going to be jacked through the roof. It's like it's beneficial to one extent, but then the other extent you're getting shafted if you're collecting on a budget.
Yeah, it's even from that perspective. Then you have to also be even more selective. Do you part with certain things in order to consistently fund that collection, or do you sit there and be like, okay, well, I'm done with this guy because I can't do anything else. I'm priced out.
Carlos made a comment. It was about the unparalleled. All of Soto's 2018 unlicensed Panini stuff, whether it be Prism, Select, I think even Donruss, that stuff, for whatever reason, has just exploded. And my theory behind that is the people that are buying the basketball and are buying the football, who are all the Prism heads, all the Luka people, they're all like, they don't necessarily know about Topps because Topps only does baseball. So when they see a Prism Soto, they're like, oh, this is the guy, buy the Prism, buy the Select. So that's kind of that card. I don't have any of the Prism Sotos. I think I have a few of the Selects, but the Prism Sotos were, I think they were like value box cards. They were like $5, $10. Even I would say it's going back to 2019, those cards were not that expensive. But then all of a sudden, the hive mind's got it. I don't know. I think probably some social influencer sent out a tweet or some shit. Probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
That's always possible. Well, because you got what's his nut talking about how he banked so much money on Select and being, of course it's unopened product, but I can't disagree with the guy. I think Select is a beautiful product.
Oh yeah, it is.
But all it takes is one person with the right reach to open their mouth and say something. I mean, that's all it takes. And then you got somebody like me, for instance. Terrell Davis isn't super highly collectible, but Dave, I hadn't told you this. Somebody finally bought the PSA 8 PMG red. That's been up forever. You know what they paid for it? The buy it now price.
What was the buy it now price?
Almost $1,300. That's not a $1,300 card. It's not a $1,200 card. It's not a $1,000 card.
It's because the Jordan one recently sold, didn't it? Didn't the Jordan one just recently sell?
I can't.
I'm pretty sure it did.
Golden may have had one up, but still, it's. I get the brand. It's an iconic insert. I get it. It's an 8, which is not a bad grade for those because of condition sensitivity. But it's not that expensive. And the more people who snag up some of these cards and pay these stupid amounts of money, for those of us as player collectors, everybody's gonna want that. Well, because this is the comp, this is what it sold, this is what it's worth. No, actually, it's not. You have some dumbass who's got deep pockets who's just throwing money at it. Oh shit! And he's back.
Speaking of dumbasses with deep pockets,
exactly.
Extremely deep. Elbow.
Right on cue, Bob. Right on cue.
So I've got a 99-cent bid on it already.
Oh, you're gonna win that.
Well,
no doubt. Don't even put the snipe in on that. You won already. Lock it up.
You should have known that was going to happen the minute that damn thing popped up and it started at 99 cents.
Yeah.
Zero feed. Is it a zero feedback guy?
Yeah, hopefully. He's putting a feeler bid out there.
Right.
Yeah, this happens every time. Like, it's literally the last. There's sometimes a push on Friday, but then Sunday is like the day that it all comes to a head, and usually in the last 10 minutes. So that's how.
The agony of defeat.
Yeah, I'm here to bring it to a screeching halt.
What you do so well, Bob.
Well, here, look at this.
Wow.
See? Reading on a podcast, that's usually riveting stuff.
Do you hold that at the intersection where the lights are at? Where the cars honk at you?
And like flip the sign around.
Yeah.
Out front of my own house.
Jabs drives by and you flip them off.
Right. Nah, I think there's at least a 2-hour buffer between me and Eric. We're on a first name basis.
You're Jabs country, son.
So Ed, are you going to submit this as your audition tape for filling out as co-host for a future episode in March? I think we're going to torch Bob's audition tape because it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
I'll have to say you'll have to contact my agent, pay my booking fee, and I think we'll be pretty set.
Wait, I thought you had to pay us. We're YouTube famous.
I'm changing the game now. My advice carries a lot of weight to it.
Well, half the people that are in here now are in the YouTube Hall of Fame. That's going to hold some weight somewhere.
This is factually correct.
So Ed, how do you feel about the new class? Is it worthy? Hall of Fame worthy class? I mean, except for Stove.
I actually got 5 channels that I voted for that got in, which is like kind of my all-time high. That never happens. My success rate usually on voting people in is like
Sweet.
It's like Jack Wilson level usually. So usually sucks.
I got at least 4. Oh, I got 5. Yeah, Bill, the Hall of Fame collector, got in.
I was shocked that Bart didn't get in. I thought Bart was kind of like a slam dunk to get in. I was like, wait, what? Bart didn't get in? Because that was one of the reasons
he's the snub this year.
That I kind of left him. I was either going to vote for Brad or Bart, and I was like, well, I'll go with Brad because I know him better. And
look at Steve lurking in the shadows over there.
That's kind of why I picked Brad.
I'm watching you from afar.
Ed's a Carlos just asked Ed for some hashtag advice. So I've got some questions, Ed, for you.
Yeah, fire away.
Wait, did you just say hashtag advice?
No. Did I?
Okay, I was just making sure I wasn't hearing things.
So I got a stack of semi-rigids here, multiple stacks. I gotta pull out like 25 to 30. No, we're not gonna do this on your podcast, but like a card like that.
Are you sending these cards in for grading?
Yeah. So
use top loaders. PSA's accepting top loaders still.
Why top loaders?
Because
easier to get out.
Well, no, they normally don't accept top loaders. So I know semi-rigid holders are harder to come by and are slightly more expensive. So stick it to Joe Orlando and send them in top loaders.
Oh wow! All right, if that's no, so I like
that's me being petty,
and I like to think of the grader, right? And if this is easy, like top loader, I got to tape every one of those for my own benefit. This is nice and easy. They just flip it right out. But my dad and I were talking last time, and so pop reports, right?
Always a popular topic.
Right. I almost think, and this is just I don't know, I might have, anyways, when I thought this up, so low cards with low pop reports, essentially cards that a lot of people haven't graded. Like, do you think that like a grader almost it's like a breath of fresh air to not grade another Luka Doncic or like Zion Williamson card or Juan Soto or Ronald, you know what I mean? Like it's almost oh, it's a Ray Allen rookie, you know what I mean? That's from Skybox Premium, and I think it's got a shot at a 10 or whatever. And I feel like, I don't know, like they almost be like easier on that type of thing, and there's not as much precedent either. So, anyways, so that's one thing, and then just like the idea of having cards that that are not for like an immediate flipping. There's no, I do intend to sell them, but like the market's not going anywhere for like Allen Iverson rookie cards or Tim Duncan rookie cards. You know what I mean? Like
no, whatever you send to PSA now is going to be there at least a year.
At least a year, right?
It's going to be there at least a year, unless you're paying out the ass for like an express
service. Well, I do have a regular service order. What are those coming back in? Like
Like a bulk
6 months.
economy one?
No, like a 10 card, $100 to $4.99, like regular service.
I think it should be at least 2 to 3 months. It depends. Honestly, it depends on how fast they process the order. Because they were saying some orders are going to take 15 weeks to process now. Just to process, just to put it in the system.
Yeah.
And also depends, like, are you Bob Lewis doing it, or are you using a group subber? Because if you're
me, I'm sending it through. I have a subscription membership. Yeah.
Honestly, Bob, I would use a group subber.
Why?
Because I feel like PSA is trying to weed out the average Joe from sending in cards. They want the group subber to do it. I feel like.
I don't know, man.
They don't even sell memberships anymore. If I went on the website now, I couldn't buy a membership.
They have the ones. They have nothing available now because there was the one that
last I checked, they didn't.
So I got it a month ago where it was just like $69 or $59 for like the services available too. Yeah, but there was no free submissions. There was no like 6 cards or. I mean,
you did pay the membership. You said you bought it a month ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, you do want to you're going to want to use it, but I think if you want it more quickly, or just use a group sub, because some of those.
But that's just it. Like yeah, I got a Tatis. Like
it's up to you though. Like if you don't want those cards back quickly, then it doesn't matter.
I'm in no hurry.
Yeah.
I mean, like a bat down Acuna, I'm not gonna sell it anyways. You know what I mean? I just want to get it. There's just stuff I want to get slabbed up. But like I'm on this kick of like base cards, Jordan base cards, or just random awesome like low end inserts that I just don't think have high pop reports that I feel like would grade out well of like Hall of Fame player. Like I got a Peyton Manning's, and then I got some vintage here from my 1975 Topps football set, which I sent in the Lynn Swan, and it came back in 8. So like it was sort of a test to see if it came back like altered or whatever. Because then all the cards that look good, I would think maybe they just did that to all of them. But this Drew Pearson rookie looks sweet. Like I don't know, man. Cards like these iconic rookie cards, I want to get these in a slab. I really don't care if they get 8s. I think even if there's a bubble burst, like those types of cards won't suffer as much as like the who's hot today, the flavor of the months.
It's so hard to gauge like where the trajectory of the hobby's going right now, just because of all the dumb, stupid money that is in the hobby right now. And I've talked about this before, and I probably underestimated it. Like I've said before, I think I've even said it on here before. The influx of new people and new money in the hobby is like nothing we ever seen before. I think that's an understatement. Like looking at some, like, I don't know, Bob, if you caught where I said it earlier, the Mike Trout update is now selling for $10,000 in a PSA 10.
What?
Like, yeah. It's 10,000. Like when I read that, I got like when I saw that, I was just like, I was kind of angry, and I was just like, this can't be real. Like
that's crazy.
What person spending $10,000 on this card? Like what's Joe Smith in the Midwest spending $10,000 on a Mike Trout? Yeah, that mortgage payment. Yeah, buy the Mike Trout.
Like I would understand that if that was like one of 2 rookie cards that he had or something, like, but the guy's got a dozen rookie cards. Like I see that big Jordan sale. There's 318 PSA 10 Michael Jordan rookie cards. Well, if they all sold for nearly 800 grand, that'd be you know what I mean? Like it's crazy to think like that, but forget where I was going with this.
I think like the Zoomers, like
My battery's about to die on my computer, and I'm like all panicked.
Plug it in, Bob. Plug it in.
Plug it in. Plug it in.
We're getting like the amount of new people in the hobby is just, and the money that they're bringing, it's unprecedented.
Oh, yeah, I guess just that with the trout, like how many PSA 10 trouts are there? You know,
Dude,
like,
and that has a ripple effect. Like that affects the 9, that affects the 8, that affects the 7. Go down. Like what is a PSA 1 of that card eventually going to sell for a few hundred?
well,
Like, fuck, man.
Can I flex for a second?
Flex, baby.
No, you may not.
So, Ed, are you aware of what the Brady recent sales of the Brady went for?
If he wins the Super Bowl, you could probably buy Jab's country.
No. But they're significant, you know. It was 16 before the game last week, and it's like starting to get to be like real money. It's kind of nerve wracking, you know what I mean? Like,
Get that safety deposit box ready.
It's there right now. Actually, that weekend I gave it to my dad. But yeah, so I can't imagine those people at the National that had like that guy had like a dozen Mike Trout 10s, and he was like 950 or $1,000. You bought 2, you got them for like, you know, 1,900 or something. It's just think of all the cards you could have had at that National. It's kind of crazy to think, man. And were you somebody brought up like imagine dealers and what they're thinking in all this.
Well, remember, you have to spend money to make money.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And for a lot of this stuff, you have to have big money.
Exactly.
Whether it be financial backing, whether you have a trust fund worth billions. Because, I mean, let's be real, guys. Nat Turner, he's a billionaire.
Oh, yeah.
That's with the B, and he's a collector. And you've seen the shit he posts on Instagram. Holy crap. Just throwing that out there. And, you know, he's one of many. One of many. You know Ken Golden is a millionaire just because of what he makes in his services and everything else. He's also a collector. I mean, money has always been there. We just haven't fully seen the impacts.
It's former ball players that now have breaker chance.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's crossed over. It's mainstream now.
Did Phil's Pulls get in the Hall of Fame?
Do what?
Did Phil's Pulls get in the Hall of Fame?
No, just missed. The number I always like hearing were how many different channels got at least one vote, and it was 185 this year. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty far reach.
Hey, I got 2 votes this year.
Yes, you did, sir.
and both courtesy of 2 of the individuals that are sitting right here.
You're welcome.
It wasn't you, Bob. But nice try.
Yeah. I'm sure any of the very intelligent viewers you guys have right now deduced that very quickly.
Well, I just wanted to make sure it was known.
Right.
No, I feel slighted by you, Bob, just throwing that out there. Damn it, I'm Hall of Fame worthy. What the hell? I have 800 subscribers and
Listen, I just ran out of records. I didn't have any more records, so that's like the last. Nobody else had a shot.
Excuses. Unacceptable. I'm disappointed in you, Bob. And yes, I'm making fun of it, as we all know.
Someone sent me a screenshot of it, Carlos. It was on eBay, apparently. I'll send it to Dave when I get done on here, and then he'll send it to you.
Or you can send it to him on Instagram.
Yeah. Dude, this shit is stressful now. Like the hobby wasn't stressful a couple years ago. Like this like Bob, like you're Tom Brady, like
Yeah.
we are just like regular, normal, middle class Americans. Like if that card gets like to like a stupid level, like I can't imagine the stress of I want this card for my collection.
But
If I sell it, it could give me almost a life-changing amount of money in my hands. Like, okay, if I want to sell it, where am I going to send it to? How am I going to ship it?
Yeah, I don't know.
This level of stress was not in our hobby like a couple years ago, and it's just it's pretty annoying.
Like I have I want to sell stuff to put back into my hobby, but at this point, I've really sold all the slabs, and I'm kind of willing to. Yeah, Carlos is the guy who says I could lose my whole collection tomorrow and just be like, huh, that's a bummer, and move right along. So that's a rare breed. I was thinking that the other day because my wife likes to bring up. Okay, so I left for work. I had a week away recently, and like in the past, when I've gone to work away, I've given her like 2 binders and a box of cards that like I tell her if the house catches on fire, at least this out from upstairs. Like you don't have to get the children out, of course, the cats if you can, but get these 2 binders and this box out, and then like that would just have the essentials in it, basically that I wouldn't.
I said it once.
Anyways, I took that box to my dad's house this time. It's too much stress for her. She's like, I don't want to be responsible for that card.
It's a pretty substantial list on top of the
No, I don't even know how I do that.
So we work on it this weekend?
Human services has to be done.
I feel like we're eavesdropping. I can't hear it at all. I just hear
Tomorrow.
Steve, the missus.
I kind of feel guilty because as Bob Lewis was explaining his point, I was staring at the dog on the top of the screen, just zoning out.
Almost like I'm already aware of that. What a concept.
We are listening in on a conversation. Be funny if they could hear us.
Way.
They can hear us, can't they?
He might have his headphones. I think Steve uses headphones, so he probably has a
he's an earbud guy. Yeah, there you go.
You care which mask?
Yeah, usually he mutes it, but not this time.
Yeah, this is a rookie mistake right here. I can't believe you guys have been on for 6 months.
This is something Mark would do.
Punch you out.
Carlos has no stress in the hobby because he's got that free Canadian healthcare, man. We need some of that. Come on, Carlos, export that to America, bro.
Steve's audio drops. Steve's audio. Yeah.
That is the chemicals plus the silver I had on my nails. And then it dried. And that's what
Maybe we'll learn something.
That's what was on my nails.
Maybe they're talking about hashtag invest.
Yeah, I'm on board with it to some extent, but what I was saying was like I would sell raw cards to perpetuate the hobby here, and like if it's so to sell a Tatis raw chrome rookie isn't a dumb thing to do. You know what I mean? Even though they're like $90 now. It's kind of wild.
Everything's getting graded now. Everything's getting graded. PSA has like apparently a 3.5 million card backlog. Apparently, according to the internet sleuths out there.
So it went from a 1 million card backlog to at the time of their acquisition, and now it's
and PSA has
3.5.
taken steps to get a bigger facility, hire more employees, get a new infrastructure. Like they've actively tried to do things to better move their process. So I can't like blast them for just like cutting corners.
I hear you.
They haven't been cutting corners. The demand is just through the roof, and
Wow.
because the value on the secondary market, on the secondary markets, like kind of undeniable. And then you have every single social media influencer just talking about PSA, hyping them up like crazy. Like if they did that for like Beckett or even the new grading company like CGC, like you'll see an uptick there.
Ed, do you think everybody's going to catch on eventually, and we'll have blasters at Target with a standard retail price of $49.99?
No, I think those days are done. I think retail's dead. It's done. I probably have a different answer on this. Like as I've gone on through the year in 2020 and then into this year, like I was more hopeful a couple months ago. I just don't see it changing because originally when this all happened, my thought was, okay, things will go back to normal when a product comes out that's absolute shit that people will buy, that these flippers will buy, and then they're going to get stuck with it because it's going to suck. I was like,
wasn't update supposed to be that this year?
Yeah. I was like, Topps update is that fits the checklist. There's nobody in there except Randy Rosarina. I was like, Allen and Ginter's is going to do that. Topps Fire is going to do that. We're fine. These charlatans are going to be out of here. Guess what? Dead wrong. All those products had high demand. Even the terrible, terrible, terrible products out there that like have zero like
I couldn't even find Bowman. I couldn't find Bowman Platinum. I can always find Bowman Platinum, and I couldn't find that at all this year either. That's like one baseball product I can always find.
I used to find Star Wars everywhere. I could never find cards. I would just find Star Wars blasters and whatnot. And now guess what? Star Wars is getting stupid. Straight up stupid. Like like a PSA 10 of the Child from the Livid set, which I sent in to JT, and I sent like 2 in. I bought 2 because I'm like, yeah, the Child's really fucking cool. I want a card of the Child, right? Apparently that's $300 now in a PSA 10 of the Child. And Boba Fett, another character. I really like Boba Fett from Topps Living. Boba Fett's $300 now. So now it's Star Wars. Now everyone's buying Star Wars blasters and Star Wars cards. Like,
let me know when that garbage pail Topps Chrome starts taking off.
Well, people were going crazy over that too, weren't they, Bob? They were trying to get the atomic bomb out of there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then Pokemon, then Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like, dude, it's not ending anytime soon. And then we're going to apparently get another round of stimulus checks, so the shit's just going to get more crazy. So, it's not going to stop anytime soon. It's just so. I feel like retail's dead right now, unless you want to go to Target or Walmart at like 6 a.m. before open and stand outside with 25 other dudes ready to throw down for a blaster box. And that's not my scene. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. So the dude discovered something at our local Target. He happened to be there when he saw the stalking guy. And he asked him, and he was in that aisle, and he's like, hey, do you ever, how can I catch this? You know what I mean? Are you stalking? He's like, no, but I can't stalk cards here anymore because they were stealing them. Which I think meaning like they were taking the whole shelf and going to the self-serve or self-checkout or whatever. And so they were keeping them at the consumer at the main desk. They're
behind the counter.
But they had no signage like go to the counter. It's almost like an in the know thing. So he has. I haven't heard if he's had any success going back there, but I guess I don't know, man. It's crazy.
I really don't think this is good for the hobby, honestly. I mean, it's good for the sealed wax guys who buy sealed wax boxes just to sell them down the line or whatever, or it's good for the here and now. But long term, I don't think it's good for the hobby. Kids can't find retail products anywhere. I mean, kids are the future. Kids go to Target and Walmart to buy a damn blaster box because they maybe like basketball or they like football or they like baseball, and they want to pull some of their favorite players. They don't necessarily care about hits. They just want cards of their favorite players, and they can't find it.
I was at the hobby shop just recently over the weekend, and it's like $13 for a pack of Allen and Ginter Chrome there. It's like
so dumb. You maybe get $1 value out of there.
Yeah, $38 for a jumbo pack of 2020 draft. 125 for a super jumbo. Guaranteed a hit.
Hey Dave, check the lobby.
We got who's coming in?
Oh man.
We about to be invaded by Canada?
Oh.
I don't know if he's joined or not yet. Sorry, I had to step away for a bit.
We saw your dog and your cat and kind of heard most of your conversation.
Yeah, I forgot to mute it.
It was funny.
Something about a rash on your inner thigh. I could hear everything.
What did I tell you about spreading rumors about me, Bob?
I'm good at it. I forget where you're sitting.
Oh, there he is.
Children, what's going on? I was listening and I was very entertained. I was flummoxed. I was amused, and then I was frustrated, and all in one thing. And then I had to refill my beer, and I was like, "God damn it! Give me a link."
I mean, that's what happens when I join the podcast, Carlos. It's kind of a whirlwind of emotions.
Well, it was that, and it was waves. It was waves. First, Bob was there, and it wasn't that great. And then Bob was like, maybe there, maybe not. I remember, like, it was a golden era during this very episode. It was like maybe an hour. It was like fantastic. Bob's contributions were at the next level for like an hour, and then it just went straight downhill. I don't know what happened in the middle there. It was weird. It's weird.
Yeah,
that happens.
Trying to bring it back up right now.
Well, trying is the operative word. Yes.
So yeah, to Carlos, he likes to point out it takes him, he doesn't just like come out strong, hot and heavy. He burns himself out. That's exactly what I did there. So I should learn from my mistakes.
How long have you been on YouTube, Bob?
2 years.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
so basically you're like on a 2-year preamble working up to the good stuff, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
I like to lay a lot of groundwork.
Still laying the groundwork, I see.
Foundation.
It's working great
to me.
That's Hall of Fame right there, my friend. That's Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
That's how you do it. I was joking earlier though. I did see, like, I know for a fact. Now I think I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think Mike did sit that one of the rules is you have to put like the link in it, because I know Dave's vote wasn't counted because I looked at the spreadsheet and I was like, wait. I know I got at least 3 votes. I only saw 1 there. I need Florida to be recounted right now, or Minnesota. I need that to be recounted. I need the count. I need the vote from Ely. I need that one, and then there was at least one other one.
I think it's over, man.
No, I don't care. I just didn't want to be in the multi-way tie for 1.
Dave
I want to be in the multi-way tie for 3. Like, give me a break, man.
Dave had the worst showing. He had 12 last year. He had 12 votes last year. He only got 6 this year. Dave, we're going the wrong way.
But we don't know if his votes didn't get counted. That's the point I'm trying to get at.
And I said that the Lake Superior one, that would be possibly a detriment to my accumulating more votes.
In fairness, I will give fairness. Did you put the link in the original video? Because apparently that was the thing. Because the other guy was like a neutral third party that didn't count either. It was just a newer YouTuber, and then I caught the video by accident. I was like, "Oh, that's cool," but I didn't see it there. I did see Victor's. That was the only one.
No, I wasn't going to put it in his thing. I'm sure he saw it. To his point, he'll make an example of me. He'll teach me.
There you go. Fair enough. But no, I was interested in the conversation though, because as soon as Ed said there was a $10,000 sale, that's why I asked. I was like, there's a buy it now for $7,500 right now. You can literally buy like 4 of them on eBay.
Somebody was telling me that it could potentially have been a fake sale.
Okay.
But I was just like, they showed me they screenshotted it.
Yeah.
So they were 3,500. They were like 3,500 a month ago. I feel like I don't like follow that card, but it's crazy that it's, even if it's $7,000, that means it's doubled from the last like reference point that I have.
Right now, that part would shock me less. But what always sets off alarm bells in my head is if somebody does a sale that's like really high, but then literally I could go on eBay right now and buy it cheaper than that. Like literally on a buy it now. I'm not talking about an auction. I'm not talking about a best offer. I mean, literally I can go on eBay and hit the button right now and win it for $7,500. It would strike me as odd if somebody would pay $10,000 when literally you can go buy it on eBay PSA 10 right now for $7,500.
Buyer's group.
Something. It just seems odd. If you had said 7 or 8 grand, I'm like, okay, fine. It's about the same. Whatever. That stuff is stuff you just kind of like, wait, hold on. A couple of alarm bells go off. Kind of Steve's point, though, is that I spent the first chunk of time in the last live stream going over the Golden thing. Where I like Golden literally said flat out, he goes, there's a bunch of people here, they have money and they don't care. Well, if that's the case, well, then there you go. That explains a lot. That's why you pay $730,000 for a Jordan when the last one sold for $220,000. Never mind. It's all good. Just triple it. Who cares?
I really want that one.
Well, it'll cost you about $730,000. You can have one for $875 on eBay right now.
I'd rather buy GameStop.
That's getting ready to go in the tanker too, though.
Buy low, baby.
That's about as low as you're going to be buying. That one will be $8.75. That's the similar numbers, but not in the same configuration. The decimal place is in a different spot.
What do you think about my point with retail, Carlos? My cynical view on retail right now. I don't know if you caught it.
I caught a little bit of it. The thing is that I understand the retail thing, but it's only because there's money to be made. It's like what I said before. It's like as long as there's money to be made, I never worry about the kids thing because the kids thing is interesting because I always made the point that it's like, okay, well, not and everybody's thing is different. When I was a kid, like retail wasn't really a thing when I was a kid. It was like you basically bought hobby packs anyway. They were the same pack that everybody else's. But you had those collector kits and stuff like that. If you really want your kids to collect, if that's the part, if that's the goal, yeah, packs are fun. Well, then don't open this year's packs. Open a couple of year-old packs, and you can still have the pack. A lot of the kids, the really young ones, don't know the difference anyway. What difference does it make to them? So you can still get packs, and if you want cards, go buy 500 base cards and let the kids mess with them as much as they want. They damage them, who cares? If that's the goal, if that's the objective. If you want them to be able to pull something cool out of a pack, well, then you can still pull something cool out of a couple of year old pack. You can still do that. That'd still be available, and you could probably get your hands on more packs. But like right now, the only reason I agree with you, the Soto video I agreed with because I agree that the day of getting the undervalued guy who's, well, if you watch the games, he's actually good. I didn't pull Sotos out of retail. I bought Soto cards like on ComC and places like that. But I bought them the year they won the World Series. I didn't buy it in his rookie year. I bought the Chrome Rookie for $15 in August, the year they won the World Series. In August, that year, for $15. I had it on my Instagram. I sent it off for grading. I had that on my Instagram. It's a $500 card now. I have maybe like $30 into it. It was the same year they won the World Series. It wasn't his rookie year. I didn't buy it before his rookie.
You could have bought that card though in a PSA 10. I would say, maybe September of 2020 for like $150, $175 maybe.
For sure.
That's just like.
But let's not pretend though like you didn't have a window. You had a window on all of those. I bought 3 Mahomes Donruss rookies for $10 a pop or $15 a pop, and that was the year he won the MVP.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about like I'm just
using examples. I'm just giving examples. Like there were possibilities. There are still going to be those undervalued guys. Even guys that are like in the middle of like a great season. It'll happen, but it'll be these. Now, if you have a guy that you really want to collect, like Soto, if you want to collect rookie year stuff, well, the window's just about closed. That's done now. But if you collect like 30-year stuff, before this recent hike, I was buying 2020 Select Soto gold cards, the out of 10s. I was buying them for $60 or $70. I think they're starting to slowly creep up. I've seen a couple of them start to double in price. The last one sold for maybe double that. But at some point, some of these same basketball people are going to be like, "Oh, I like Select. Soto seems to be the hot guy. These out of 10s," and I'm just going to sit there like, I got about 3 or 4 of them. Bought them at $50, $60.
$1 million.
Dude, I will do the full Dr. Evil. I'll keep one for myself, and you can have the other 2 or 3.
But the one thing is, like, when does the hobby decide to appoint a guy?
But is it the hobby though? Because I'm very. Steve knows and Dave knows. I'm very particular about semantics. The word you use is very important. It's key. When I say hobby, I mean collectors who want to collect the cards. That's the hobby. But when some people are talking the hobby, they include the manufacturers, they include the eBay, they include all ComC, they include all these platforms and things. And I'm like, no, that's the hobby economy. That's businesses built on the hobby. eBay, ComC, those could all go away. There could still be a hobby. You could still have the hobby without that. The flippers could go away. You could still have a hobby without that. The values would drop like a stone, but you could still have it if people still want to collect the cards or barter them, basically, because that's what would happen. You wouldn't be trading them for much money because they wouldn't be worth a lot. But the hobby can keep going as long as people still want to collect. Now, if you want the stuff you want and it's all expensive now, well, then you're out of luck. Sucks to be you.
That's really interesting. I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it that way.
That's because I'm Carlos. Hashtag branding.
Wow. It finally comes out.
Finally? Really? It wasn't like abundantly clear.
Okay. Well, I'll rephrase it a little bit.
Go ahead. By all means.
When does the hobby economy appoint somebody?
Ooh.
What makes them decide? Like, because Soto on the field performance speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And he was undervalued for so long.
Sure.
But then it wasn't a gradual increase. It seemed like just a steep rise.
Yeah.
I would say in maybe like a 2 to 3 week period.
Yeah.
So
What
made that happen?
It's the undervalued thing though. Don't forget we've got all those market tools now. Like I phrased it this way. It's like it's literally the trickle down effect, and then it becomes this feedback loop thing. So you start off with, okay, what happened? Well, you had Acuna, you had all these other ones that were the flavor of the week. You got Tatis, you got all these other players who are going up, and you're sitting there looking like, okay, who else we got? Well, what about Soto? And then they go, look, oh, his stats are good. Oh, he's pretty good. He won a World Series? What? How many World Series does Mike Trout have? As many as Carlos. Oh, right. True. That's a fair point. How many gold gloves does Trout have? As many as Carlos also? As many as Dave? As many as Steve? Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I think Carlos has many playoff hits as well. Yeah, never mind. That's not the point. The point is that he's a $10,000 card now, as you well know. But the point is that so they go and look and they suddenly realize that the stats actually back it up. It's like, wait, he's got hardware. He won a batting title. Truncated season, I
Mm-hmm.
fully acknowledge. But still, for a guy who's like 22, 23, that's good. Seems good.
Oh, God.
When I watch him, now to your point from your video, when I watched the guy, I had heard of him. I had only got a chance to see a little bit bits and pieces. I have the streaming package for baseball. Baseball is actively trying to ruin my fandom by making it unwatchable. They're trying.
I've heard that a lot.
It's a struggle. And baseball is my favorite. Like, I collect a lot of hockey because I'm here. I'm in Canada. This is what we do. It's the most available. It's the easiest to get my hands on. But baseball is my bread and butter. It's my foundation. That is where I cut my teeth collecting. And I'm still a huge fan of the sport. You let me watch some minor league baseball, I'll watch that all day long. No problem. But when I watch Soto, I love watching Soto hit. I see the fundamentals. I see this guy could be good for 10 or 15 years if he stays dedicated to his craft like he is right now. I like that. Long term, I love that. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, let me get some cards of this guy. That's why in 2019 in that stretch drive, I started picking up a couple. I just wish I'd grabbed more. You did a good job with what you were able to accumulate at that time, and I think you'll do well with it. The only point I made is that it doesn't hurt to take a little bit of, if you have multiples, you can take a little bit of profit now, and if it goes up a little more, you can take a little more profit and keep one in your back pocket at all times for your collection.
I have sold. I sold like my SGC 8.5, and I sold like my SGC 9 of the base.
Sure.
Get this. You want to hear a pretty funny story? Well, it's not funny. It's kind of like it was a little aggravating. I sold the SGC 9, and some jackass bought it, and he was like, "Oh, this card's been tampered with." Hold on. What exactly did he was like? This card's been tampered with. It looks like the case has been refurbished.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way this card is a 9. The corner, it looks like the corner has a lot of white showing.
Mm.
I'm like, why do you think it got a 9? Because of the fucking corner, dude. Or like,
mm-hmm.
What he wanted to do was he wanted to cross over the card.
Yeah.
He wanted to cross over the card from SGC to PSA, and when he saw the card in person, he was like, no way is PSA going to give this. It's probably not going to cross over to a PSA 9.
Yeah.
So The eBay sided with me actually. I was
That's rare.
pretty happy about that.
Usually they'll side with the. Now, mind you, being graded helps because then at least you be like, hey, I sold you exactly what I said I was selling you. I didn't promise you crossovers. I didn't promise you upgrades. I sold you a card that was graded already.
I knew exactly what he was doing though, because like the PSA 9 to the SGC 9 is about a $50 discrepancy in secondary market value.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, and obviously the card's going to rise. I mean, it's going to go up. But I was just like, I've already have a lot of Soto stuff. Let me just take a few dollars here, now. In the video, I said I didn't have a Gem Mint 10 of that card. I actually do. I have a SGC 10 that I bought at a mall show in New Jersey for $50.
But that's the thing. Like,
robbed the guy.
You did well. It's there are opportunities. I think your point is like it's really hard for the value collector to find those gems. But the truth, but it's not though. Because now for Soto that ship has sailed. For Soto right now that ship has sailed because I sold one of the parallels of the Prism card. I have a stack of the Select. I have the Select Silver. I actually could have bought more of the Select Silver. I got a little greedy. I should have just hit the buy it now on those. And I missed that opportunity. But I have a couple of those. I have some of the color ones. I have the aqua. I have some of the other ones. The one I mentioned was the orange out of $199 that sold for almost $400. It's unlicensed and it's ungraded. $400 for the raw card. You could have had that card for $30 not that long ago. You could have. It was available. People didn't think to buy it. The optics gone up. And again, these are unlicensed ones. But
Second year cards going up too, the Rookie Cup.
I'll be honest. I have the ones you showed there. I have the 3D. I bought that for $15 on ComC this year.
My man.
This past year, I bought it. I bought all the refractors, all the non-numbered refractors. I have the
Dude,
CPI.
the print run on those 3D cards, Carlos, they're low as shit.
It's like 500. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
they're
that.
low.
Yeah, that one's probably going to stay with me for a bit. But some of those refractors, if they're starting to go up, I don't mind moving them. Because I like the Rookie Cup card, but at the same time, I don't mind. I paid like $10 for them. So it's like, if you guys want to pay $50, $60, $100 for them, take them. I got other plans. I got other things I can do. I picked up the rainbow one. I paid what is top of market at the time. It's probably about market still, but at some point, somebody's going to sit back and go, wait a minute, these rainbow cards are actually pretty rare for the rookie. And it's like, so I'm sitting on mine. And the other one I liked was the Heritage. I like the Heritage. I like the Heritage Chrome, the Chrome Refractor, the Chrome Purple Refractor. I bought all of those. They're all higher than when I bought them. And I paid what was the market price at that moment. Yep. I think it's an awesome card. I like it. I'm a fan of the 69 Topps design. I like it. I think it's a good card.
It's the acid in it.
That's like $1.25
But that's
now.
very different
Yeah.
from-
That card.
But I even bought some of the ones that are less popular. In my ComC order, the last piece of the ComC order is going to magically appear on my channel tomorrow because it's already been uploaded. It's just sitting there. I have a PSA 10 Soto rookie that I paid almost nothing for. And I've got another one sitting on my ComC that I'm not doing anything with right now. But they were all available. They were there. They were for the taking. Anybody could have bought them. There was
Well, what's a Luis Robert PSA 10 Topps Chrome? Is that a $100 card, Ed?
Probably.
But if he
I don't
comes
know
out,
offhand, but it's
I
probably
mean,
is.
if he has a season like people think he's capable of, that card would. I mean, so they're like Carlos. I mean that there is opportunity out there. The opportunities they're not necessarily, $5 to $20 now for a payout later. The initial in is substantially more.
Mm-hmm.
For players like that. But I think there's some fringe players. But again, what are you collecting for? Are you collecting to try to find the diamond in the rough, or is it just I it's such a gray area for me of where my joy comes from the hobby. Who doesn't like making money? Yeah, but when I'm this Jason Williams Chrome card, it's got nothing to me. But should I sell it raw or should I take the time to maybe get a 10 on it? Because it looks pretty darn good to me. You know what I mean?
Depends on what you're selling it raw. because that's a hole in a set I have.
Nice.
You don't have this?
Well, we'll have to see what kind of a seller Bob Lewis is, Steve. Though, like I think I found an optic Mahomes rookie. It came up on eBay today, from Bobby Lou 81, something like that.
For
I'm winning it right now. I'm winning it right now. But it looks like shill bidding is really what I'm seeing here. It looks like there's some questionable activity on this auction, is what I'm trying to say.
I have 100% feedback.
That don't mean shit.
You might want to check the amount of bids you got on that one, Bob.
Yeah.
You should check what it looks like now.
That's a nice one, Ed.
It's a good one. It's a good one, Ed.
Dude, I bought that off Nolan Alico 3 for $300.
Nolan's fair. Nolan's fair with his prices.
Back in what was it, April? I used to that was the thing I treated myself with the stimulus check when I got it. I was just like, you know what, I'm going to make one card purchase from the check, and I bought that. Now I have no idea what those are going for.
Yeah.
Now that he got traded, I imagine they've gone up.
Oh, and they will keep going up. It's a bigger fan base there. It's a bigger collector base.
But let me piggyback one thing off of kind of what Bob and Steve said, though, as well, is that kind of to your point, Ed. So let's say you do want to collect Soto. The cheap card train has gone away. It's left the station. That's done. But if you want to collect Soto and you don't need the rookie cards at this point because maybe you grabbed yourself a couple, some of the, like you said, the rookie cup one's gone up. I totally am with you there. But some of the stuff from 2020 and stuff like that, there's some nice cards up there. Like I was literally going on ComC and buying $2 or $3 cards. Like the baseball stack that I had probably had like 50, 60 Sotos that I paid a couple of bucks for. And they're just fun cards, and I threw them in a Z Folio. The question is, like, what are you trying to do? If it's just building the blue chip group of them, well, then, yeah, the rookies are the blue chip, and you've got a couple. Well, congratulations. You did a good job. You pulled them from packs and stuff. Great. I grabbed a couple on the cheap. That's awesome. But I'm not going to be able to go get them on the cheap anymore. That's done. But if I still want to pick up some Soto stuff and throw them in a Z Folio for fun collecting, I still can, and I do.
Yeah.
And I get some neat looking cards, and they're not that expensive. But I'm not buying the rookie year ones because those are now priced out of that range.
I've been trying to get his Topps Fire rookie because I just like the look of it. It's good. I mean, Topps Fire's kind of a crazy little fun. It's supposed to just be like a cheap retail product, but I saw like a PSA recently went for, I think it was a little over 200. I think because the pop on it.
Is that what it is for the Fire? Really?
Yeah, the pop's really low. That's why.
Okay.
The pop's low. Bob Lewis was talking about low pop earlier. I think the pop on that was like the seller put it in the description. I think it was like below 20.
I gotta go take a look at mine. I have probably like 5 or 6 of them.
I'm like, I like that card. Looks really sweet and all, but not paying 200.
So like just talking about like, so here's the what the pink?
That's a PSA 8 now. After you drop it.
But even out of 2020, the photo variation in the old school.
Yep.
Shit, you have that?
That's cool, actually. I like that.
Yeah, that's
a neat card.
I like that card.
It's just a short print. I mean, that's not super short print, so that's a very affordable card. And I think and I don't know, like
it's not affordable. PSA 10.
Well,
like
that's just it. I haven't graded any Topps 2020 yet, so I don't know how good I am at it.
You just grab a stack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like you see this one, Sensations. That's a 2020. I have the gold 1 out of 10.
Nice.
It's not in the Z Folio. I keep that one out of it, but like I've got a bunch of the other variations in it. But like a bunch of them, like there's a stack of them in that Z Folio. The thing though is like again, my question was, if you want to collect the player, you still can. Like you totally can.
Doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, if you want the Rainbow Rookie, well, that might be a little expensive. You want to get, the PSA 10 version, well, that might be a little expensive. It might not be the easiest thing to do. Now, if you create your own PSA 10 because you happen to have a nice raw copy, that's different. But if you have to go buy it already graded, well, that ship has sailed.
So different question. Sorry, Carlos, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
I was just going to ask the question, since I'll call it baseball related, since it's on the Topps website, and Topps doesn't do football, Anybody buy the Garbage Pail Kid spoof set that they released for Tops through Tops now?
They got a
Was
bunch.
that the one
they've
with
got a
Bernie
couple.
on it? Bernie Sanders, I think.
Yes, it's a 20 card set.
Okay.
I did not, but it looked pretty cool. Maybe I'll check it out.
It's only listed for 3 days. I think it's a 20 card set, but it's $20.
I bought the Tops Now Bernie Sanders meme card.
Did you?
Yeah, like the print run was like 99,000 too. I'm like, I'm so glad I only bought one of these things.
Well, when
I
it's
just bought it
when it's a meme card, you know it's going to get printed.
Right.
You just know. Actually, I like this page. See if you can see that one.
Damn, Carlos, when you send me fan mail, make sure you include all those.
Yeah, I'll get right on it. Don't worry. Yeah, no worries.
Man, I got to get myself a Z Folio.
But the thing is, this stuff was all real like super cheap on ComC. Like it was a couple of bucks for most of those cards, and you get the different. That's nowhere near a complete rainbow, but you can still get a bunch of them like on the cheap. Now it'll go up as time goes on, but right now it's still reasonable. Again, do you want to collect the player, or is it about the super expensive rookie cards because those have gone up? If you bought them before, you're not. You know, it's like, oh, it sucks. I would love to have a couple more, but it happens. It's all good.
I really like this one.
Yeah.
That gold label.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that one in the video, and you did well on it. So
Yeah, essentially how it was a PSA 10 was traded for this.
Mhm.
For this one.
So gold
I don't
label
wanna
is that
celebrate
is
it, though.
so quick question, since I don't know enough about SGC. That being a gold label, is that the same thing as like a black label for BGS, or is it just
Yeah.
Okay.
It's SGC's answer to the black label.
Okay.
They as someone who has been submitting cards to SGC, to get a pristine is like so freaking hard. SGC is already very hard, but they have very strict standards. I think they're way tougher than PSA, honestly. Grading wise, like just across the board. But those pristines are maybe we get like we don't even get one in order, and we'll send like the group subs that I get into. Mike O does it. It'll be like 300-400 cards to SGC and not one pristine. Man, it's really tough to get those.
I just hear what I always hear is they're hard on the
Centering.
backside centering. Like it's like
They are tough, man.
like if that's what you're known for, I don't want to grade with you.
No, SGC, they are fuck. I got hammered in these next two orders I'm going to be showing on the channel. Like I got taken to the woodshed and shot old Yeller style.
Dang, Ed.
I got hit with all 9.5s, Bob. Like every fucking card was a 9.5. I'm like, shit. I'm like, this could either be a good thing or a bad thing because, like, if I send it to PSA, I want to, as a gambling man, I want to say maybe half of them might have been PSA 10s because PSA doesn't have a 9.5.
You know what? I'm gonna say right here. Hashtag invest in Mitch Trubisky right now because you can get these cards probably for like $.
Yeah, you want
I'm not sure I would invest dollar singular.
you want like a real buy low guy in the hobby? I'll give you a buy low guy.
Yeah, Craig Biggio.
Kevin Biggio.
Sorry, Kevin Biggio.
He's really his shit's cheap, dude.
It
He's
is.
gonna be the second hitter behind Bo Bichette for years to come on a loaded, stacked offense on the Blue Jays. He's
That
rough
offense
around.
I like it.
He's rough around the edges, though. I don't want anyone throwing 10K on the kid. I mean, he's rough around. I watch a lot of his games. He strikes out a lot, so he has to cut that down. He has to put the ball in play more. But he's
Where's that?
damn good.
Where's that Todd Helton 93 tops traded PSA 10 at these days?
That's in the safety deposit box.
Yeah, but
Dude.
that wasn't. You were pumping that one. Has that taken off yet?
Yeah, it's doubled since I made that video. Dude, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. Bobby went up again this year. He went up like 15%. Todd Helton.
Who is that, Dave? I know it's a soccer guy, but
The James Rodriguez? I have no idea who the hell that is.
I don't either.
Dun dun dun. Yeah.
I don't either, but again,
So you bought it?
It's the kaboom. It's the name. The insert
Dave's like,
name.
it's shiny. I don't care.
that was what 2 or 3 years ago in one of the Facebook groups. And again, knowing kabooms were case hits, it's like, okay, if I can get them for under 15 for anybody that's stupid, I'll do that.
I think I'm gonna start grading cards that are like set registry nerd cards, like offensive lineman rookies and stuff like that. Just things that people are forced to buy that they hate. And
Could you make that like your pitch on it? Like, these are things you're forced to buy, but you really hate. Deep down inside, set registry nerds.
You must bow to the registry. Yes. I don't know. I'm not this. I got a lot of friends that do the registry thing. I couldn't do it.
Don't backpedal now. This was much funnier when you roll with the set registry nerds.
No, but like that's just the truth.
You're already in the Hall of Fame. Despite my best efforts, it probably won't impeach you. I think I need 100% in order to make that work.
Bob Rowe's roots they're deep in the Hall of Fame now, so I don't think I could be impeached.
Well, I was trying to get you impeached and put in the WWE Hall of Fame. I felt it was more prestigious.
Is that a Canadian Hall of Fame? Is that a Canadian YouTube?
I wish it was a Canadian Hall of Fame. That'd be hilarious.
Dude, that's a good idea.
Listen, WWE Hall of Fame, you get a ring. That one, you just get a cheap patch. The other one, you get a ring. And
have you seen the stitching on that patch?
I'd still take the ring. I'm sorry, dude. Like, that ring is worth more.
I don't know, Carlos. I'm sensing some patch envy there. I will trade.
Yes. I really am envious of a patch I could have somebody make for like $20.
Carlos, I will trade you my patch straight up for a Soto Select.
For a base Soto Select?
Yeah.
Done.
There we go.
I have like 5 of them. Knock yourself out. I will make that trade. Maybe I'll make a video where the YouTube Hall of Fame is on fire.
Ooh.
You don't think I get shit for that? Would you? Oh shit!
That's a deep cut. Dave knows where I went with that one. That's a deep cut.
Do you think I would get blowback on that, Bob Lewis?
So
I probably get so much shit for that. I don't think I want the drama.
It's
I
outwardly you don't. Inwardly you're like, hold on.
I had heard that somebody mailed back their Hall of Fame patch to Mike because.
You mean card cutter, Garrett?
Oh, so that
he put it in the comment. I don't know if he actually meant it or not, but he put it in the comment.
Yeah,
I read it.
That's interesting.
I want photographic evidence.
Hey, who's up on their prospects? Is this Vidal Brujan for the Rays? Is that a good one?
No clue. Baseball prospects are too tough. Like, it takes too many years for them to like.
I thought I saw this guy. Yeah, I know what you mean. These guys like it's like 3 or 4 years before you even like Sixto Sanchez is finally in Series 1 tops this year. I feel like I haven't seen this prospect cards for 5 years.
So loaded. Holy shit.
Key Brian Hayes though. No Key Brian Hayes.
Yeah. If you legit want to have some fun, unfortunately, obviously that in the same vein that the rest of the ships have sailed. But if you want to laugh, have you seen the picture on the 2016 cards with Juan Soto? He looks like he's emaciated. He looks like he needs to eat a sandwich.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's hilarious. And you would think but what happened was, and if you go look at Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he looks about a little underweight as well. Now, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. took care of that by basically eating strictly chicken sandwiches for an extended period of time. He just kept going. Yeah. He just kept eating chicken sandwiches. But Juan Soto is like, wait a minute, the gym, you say? I'll go do that.
That's the 16 one right there, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
There is literally.
I'm just saying,
there's a Bowman Chrome. It's not a Soto rookie, but it's like a key card for him. The Bowman Chrome autograph from 2016 is a really expensive card now.
But yeah, because he doesn't have a non-auto, right?
Correct, but it's a premium card. It's a nice card if you happen to already have it.
Right.
But Soto was an interesting one because, like I said, to Ed's point from his video, he's an anomaly though. Like you had time after he started his career that you could have still bought it cheap.
Yeah.
You had time. Most of these guys, like now, they're coming out of the block already hot. Jason Dominguez is already expensive, and he's done a grand total of what?
Wander Franco.
Yeah,
Look how crazy his shit is.
and it'll be years before. That isn't to say Jason Dominguez couldn't do something, but we won't know for like 2 or 3 years. We won't know.
Yep.
So it's like, would you want to dump a bunch of money into that? Like that's a tough road to hoe right there.
Yeah, that was like one of the points I was making in the video. Like, are the days of finding an undervalued rookie in the value box who's pretty good, are those days dead? Looking like it.
Might be. We may make this happen yet, Vinny. Like Ed already set the market value. The market value is a Soto Select. Now, in fairness, the Soto Select is an appreciating asset. The patch might be a depreciating asset, so he might be getting the better of this deal. Just saying. Just saying. Well, Mike already said on Zombie Collector's live stream that after this year he may be retiring as commissioner of the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, to which he will finally bequeath it to its worthy successor, Amish Dave Archer. I see nothing but impartiality. I see nothing but... So the first thing is, like, we haven't even voted yet. The first class of the 2022 YouTube Hall of Fame is these people that should have been there already.
We'll have our first veterans committee.
Oh my God. Amazing.
25 channels that'll get in, and
Well, the good news is I won't have to get in because I already have Ed's patch, so I'll just declare myself a member of the Hall of Fame by simple possession.
Oh shit! I remember. I was going to use that patch at the National to get in for free.
Listen, you already agreed to this deal. It's not my problem, dude. It's your deal. This year's National, you can get it for free. No one else will be there.
Yeah.
I am serious. In all seriousness, I'm 90% sure I'm going to wear a suit to the National.
You should. Why not?
And I should. You know how like suits have like the little like pocket here, the breast pocket?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to put the patch in the pocket, and then when I walk up to go inside, I'm just going to flash the patch and walk in.
I just love the amount of YouTube where that's a big deal. I used to work at the bank. The hoodie notwithstanding, I used to wear a suit to work pretty much every day. I still have a rack full of them upstairs, and they're like fitted. Like I could go to the National suit right now. Like
Another benefit of wearing the suit, especially if you're flying in, you don't have to bring a lot of clothes with you. You can just wear the suit every day. So more luggage room for cards.
You could, yes.
Well,
So what you're saying, Ed, is you don't have a particularly nice suit. Is what you're trying to. Is what you're basically telling me.
I'll tell you enough of the people that are there for the full 4 or 5 days already do that and don't change their clothes. Or
Yeah, I was gonna say like it could be hoodies. It doesn't really matter. T-shirt and hoodie, and it's like it's the same thing. Yes, correct.
Yeah, you can wear t-shirt and shorts. You can wear an Armani suit, and guess what? If you haven't bathed for 3-4 days, you're going to be placed in that same category over by the bathroom in the vending area.
Well, the thing is, if I ever do attend the National in a suit, Dave, I'm gonna, and this will be a good callback for you. I may have to walk around. I'll be in the suit, but I may walk around with an atomizer, a la the model Rick Martel, and just like. So this is still on brand for me. Arrogance. It's like stench, you uncouth heathens. Get away.
The good part you could do, go up to them and just be like, which side is better? This one? This one? Yeah. And just spray them right in the face and be like, ah.
I thought you would appreciate it. I thought you would appreciate it, Dave. I thought you would appreciate it.
I love that. Because, again, Rick Martel was gravely underused in WWE.
He was really good. Like actually, it was a gimmick for the time. But for that little run there, actually, you could have done something with it if you wanted to for that run, for that time.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. That was one of my favorite heels because he was just such a dick.
I also thought it played well into my branding. It's like, what's that? The atomizer is arrogance.
The atomizer.
Which exudes so much from you.
It's subtle. It's subtle, Steve. It's subtle. But if you read between the lines.
That is not subtle, sir.
All right, fine. It's subtle like Dave, the sledgehammer to the face. Look, I'm doing the best I can here, man. Work with me on this. Work with me, for God's sake. Jesus.
No.
I have no idea what to expect at the National this year.
Emptiness.
At this rate, I wouldn't expect it to happen.
I spoilers. Oh, sorry, spoilers.
I just don't see it happening.
It's a tough one. They did the show in Dallas, and it's Texas. They don't care.
Obviously.
Yeah. And because if you go back and watch a lot of like footage from Dallas, like half the people have the mask on, half the people have masks that don't fit. So the mask is on, but it's like isn't the whole point to cover your nose too? Right.
We have some stupid people who live here too. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
You don't say.
And some people didn't even try. Some people were like, mask, you say.
Y'all got that Luca prism?
Yeah, pretty much. So I hear the Mike Trout is $10,000 now. You can get it on eBay for $7,500, but I got $10,000 right now. So cash? Sure.
I don't know. I think the National might happen in Chicago.
I don't think. It would be interesting to see. It would be one of those things where like this year wouldn't be the year. Chicago, I wouldn't mind going to Chicago, but this year is not the year. Just not the way. We haven't gotten far enough. It'd be too much of a pain to bother. At least from the international perspective, it'd be too much of a pain to bother with it.
Yeah, you'd lose a lot. Because again, there's much more stringent.
I actually had a dream recently about the National. It probably sounds weird.
What was happening this stream? Go on.
I was walking around with a suitcase full of money, and
you bought a single one soda base card for 2020.
No, I went over to the dealer. I plopped down the suitcase on the display case. The display case cracked, and it cracked all the cards inside it. And then I was being chased around, and then I woke up.
In literary terms, that's called foreshadowing. Please go on. Continue with your story.
The only problem is the foreshadowing would not include said money in briefcase. It would be empty.
There could still be a briefcase, Steve. There could still be crowd king, and there could still be chasing. The rest of it could still be in play.
That is accurate.
Yes.
That is accurate.
It could be full of Donovan McNabb base cards, and that's what happened. It's like, it's fine. It's okay. It's all good. We tried.
Hey, Bob, check your text message.
Well, it's probably expensive, not $6 for the bottle by itself.
And after you check your text message, see if I got outbid on my Optic Holmes rookie.
No, it's solid right now.
Okay, cool. I'm still good? Okay. Sounds good.
You're good.
I think I'm being shill bid, though. Like, they literally went right up to my limit. This is absurd. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, literally within minutes, they were like, "Boo!" This is no joke. Like, seriously, I just put in a bid for fun. I thought it'd be funny, and then I put in a bid like at $200. That's where it is right now, $200. But then the person underneath went 105, 125, 130, 150, 155, 175, 180, 185, 190, 198.
Yeah.
The $200 bid is still winning, but it was the same bidder.
How many days left?
That's because people don't know how to. People, even in this day and age, still don't understand what the concept is. Just put in the max amount of money that you're willing to pay. Don't just put in stupid.
But the thing is, in the world of sniping software, I joke about this. In the world of sniping software, you do not need to bid on the first day. You actually don't need to like completely tip your hand. Here, you know what, Bob? Here's what I'm going to do for you. Here's what I'm going to do right now. I am going to put a $300 bid. I am announcing that right now. $300. They can outbid me. Great. I will buy your stupid card for $300 if I win. I doubt it. But it will be sniped at the last minute.
Yeah.
Which is what should happen. So there's your floor, Bob. $300 US.
Okay.
There's your floor.
I'll take it. As a floor, that's a worthy floor.
Yes. I will take your ridiculous card with its scratches, which will ruin my PSA 10 dreams.
That's right. I want to be very transparent about that.
Yes.
Be very honest.
Correct.
Yes.
You know.
It's good.
Yeah. But it makes me laugh that like people play these shenanigans on eBay. Like, if you want the damn card, just buy the damn card. If you don't want the damn card, then don't buy it. But if you need more pictures, you need whatever, just say so. It's not that
I've,
hard. It's easy.
I've only had one return in the last, of memory really, and it was a second year Topps Chrome Kobe Bryant. A guy bought a lot of two of them, or he bought. I think I sold them individually, and he bought both of them. But like those cards were in soft plastics, like as in just a box,
Mhm.
and they would get a curve to them. You know what I mean? And he sent them back. I mean, I've graded cards that were like that, and PSA doesn't take that. But apparently, he thought it was too much, so he sent them back.
Yes,
I have no
I-
idea.
Sold them again to somebody else.
I have no idea how you did not get a return on any Project 2020 cards. That just goes to show
I only
you are
sold
in the
one.
good- you are in the good graces of the Almighty.
Amen to that.
He used his Hall of Fame patch. It gave him immunity, like Survivor.
So the guy, I really okay. So first of all, the guy.
Didn't the car you sell though tank
Okay.
like a rock?
No, I think it's like a 250 or 300. It's not the 800 that it's sold for, but it's still one of the low print ones. I don't see that one sold very often. The McGuire Shore.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it went from 850 to 250.
I don't know what I actually haven't looked it up in a while, but like, those are ones I should look up because it's definitely way less than what I bought it for, or what I sold it for. Anyways, like the guy, I told him the guy that I bought it from didn't send the Project 2020 the black box to it, right?
Okay.
So I got a message that I looked at while driving, and it was from this, and I was clear about this up front. Look, I don't have the box. If I buy another 2020 card later on, which is more than likely I was going to do, I'll send that box to you at a later time. Blah blah blah. So I get this message that I'm driving after I've sent the card off to him, and at this point, I've bought the Clemente already. Like I've told the guy, like he sends a message about not receiving something, and I'm driving while I'm reading, and I'm thinking like he's telling me that he did, like this is the shenanigans, this is what I'm gonna have to deal with, and he's gonna say he didn't even get the card, not like that this case was scratched or something. It's gonna be the worst of all the lies.
Yeah.
Whatever. And it turns out he's just referencing the box again. He's like, yeah, you didn't send it. I'm like, and I like screenshot our conversation like of the messages that I said I didn't have it. He's like, oh, sorry, man, I'm buying so many of these things. And he bought mine for 800. He's just,
Yeah.
I just like the card. And my 21 days passing, you better believe I every day was checking email, or checking eBay for a message of like a return. Never happened, man. So kudos to that guy.
Is he still alive?
I
And
don't
we
know.
can't immediately go to death. The important question is how many viable kidneys does he have? That's the pertinent question. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
They could come back. I think he's just banking on a rebound.
Good luck with that.
He wasn't very good at economics, apparently.
No, clearly not. I bought one of the Shore Griffies after the fact from a seller for a couple of bucks because I thought it'd be funny. And
You had to get it for like $1.99.
Did you see the guy who was selling Ford Eclipse as coasters, like as a set of coasters?
It's not a terrible idea.
did. I
That's not
did see
bad.
that.
That's not bad. It's not
There were
bad
people that they were sitting on thousands of them. So what else?
Yes.
You got to get creative.
At one point, they were $1, like $1. Buy it now with free shipping.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay, you're losing money on that.
Yeah, but if you're at an international bidder, Ed, with the eBay global shipping fee, it's $477. So $1 for the card. $1 for the card is correct. Yes. Yes.
How did people not see that coming? Where like, wait a minute, I can just buy these from the website, like in this little window of time. I don't know. That was a wild thing last year.
We need a Netflix documentary on Project 2020. It would be a hell of a watch.
The rise and fall.
Go for it, Ed.
I'm still waiting for a proper movie documentary period, because that one from a couple years ago, that dude that was at the Nationals that he thought he was a celebrity, And then
Okay. I know what you're talking about. Was it?
it
National?
was like he was at the National, like
Okay.
signing autographs.
Okay.
Like Jack of all trades or something like
But
that.
here's the thing, though. The Jack of all trades. Okay, here's the thing, though. That guy in the movie, I know, I thought that's the one you were talking about, so I was confused for a 2nd But the thing is, the guy who did the Jack of all trades in the movie, he attended the Sports Card Expo in Toronto.
Okay.
Really?
Like as soon as I saw it, I was like, "That's the expo in Toronto." I know because I was there. I didn't see it. I didn't see some moron with a camera.
And he came in with his like box of 91 Fleer and was like, "Hey, how much is this worth?"
Yeah, exactly. But the reason I knew is because I recognized the booths immediately because I've been to every, obviously not the last year or so, obviously, but up until then, I missed one since 1995. They had the expo every 6 months, twice a year, since the beginning of the 90s. I've been to all of them since basically, except one, since 1995. However many of that came until last year. The last one I attended was in the fall of 2019, but up until then, I had a nearly perfect run since the mid-90s. So I was like, yep, I know exactly where that booth is because I walked by it a bunch of times. It was fun, though, watching him bring 1991 Fleer and all that. And Eric was like, yeah, good luck with that. What? This isn't worth a fortune? No, not so much. But the thing is, the documentary became like the self-indulgent thing about him and his dad. I was like, look, I don't care about you and your dad. Whatever. Your dad
I never saw that. This was on Netflix, though, right?
I think it was.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's like, look, your dad hated you. Deal with it. Get therapy. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Jesus. And then at the end, he burned some cards. And then that was the inspiration for other videos that would come and follow.
Wait, for real? He burned cards at the end?
Yeah, he burned cards at the end, yeah.
Bob, you suck.
I know.
File just this part on each nail. Every single one?
You suck.
Just the tips.
I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I would do the tops.
We burning stuff? I was just listening to what
Gary Vee was at the National
so that it looks straight
2019.
from the acrylic
Is that 35? Oh, nice.
Yeah, it looks a little more even.
Nice.
That was stupid on the seller's board.
So can I show you guys my favorite bobblehead ever?
Maybe.
This Mike Trout hockey bobblehead.
Wow.
That is so
Trout wants to miss the playoffs in 2 sports. That's incredible. And in hockey, they have way more playoff teams. That's amazing.
I know.
I don't know how he does it. Like, that's true sport greatness. I have to give Mike Trout the thing because when I look at Trout in the same vein that I watch Soto, like Trout's good, but I sit there like, okay, but is he? But you're saying like, okay, so the WAR says, I'm like, dude, I'm watching. I'm not that impressed. Like, he's good, but I'm not that impressed. When I'm watching Angels games, I'm watching to see the end of Pujols' career. I'm not really watching Trout. Like, he's there, but I'm not really paying attention.
I think
that's how little I can think of him.
I think the problem with that is it's the Angels are so bad. They're like usually a dumpster fire every year with their pitches.
I'm totally with you, but the thing is that, like I said, when I look at him, and I don't remember if I ever mentioned this podcast here. Like, here's my thing with Trout. He's a guy who has power. Yes, I've seen better. He's a guy who can hit for average, but I've seen better. Average power, I've seen better. But he can play the field. I've seen better. And but he can run. Not anymore. He doesn't steal bases anymore. So that was like his thing he used to do. Mm-hmm. So he's a very good center fielder who hits for like 290, which is still good. He's got power, and I expect he'll continue to have power. But he also gets hurt. He's missed like the equivalent of about a season the last 2 previous years.
That's
obviously, one of them was COVID. That is not his fault. I get it. But he also missed games the year before. So it's like he's got 300 home runs like at his age 29 season. Very good. But am I supposed to be blown away by that? Like, it projects out to like 650 home runs if the second half of his career isn't injury plagued. Mm-hmm. So it's like, good, not GOAT. Good, not GOAT. He's fine. That's why when I hear like some people, what if he retire? If he his career ended now, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. I'm like, why? Harold Baines flat out is a better Hall of Famer right now than Mike Trout. Mike Trout needs to keep accumulating statistics. Like, if he continues to accumulate statistics, he'll be there.
I don't know if I agree with that, Carlos.
I'm not giving him. I know they'll give him votes because they like Mike Trout. Mike Trout is the anti-Bonds. He could be garbage for the next 5 years, and they'll give him the Hall of Fame. He could hit 100 for the next 5 years and they'll give him Hall of Fame. But I'm like, why? He's got 300 home runs. So what?
I'll tell you what. He is Mike Trout.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
still young though, Carlos. He's still got a lot of year. The injuries have been hurting him pretty bad. I agree with you on that.
That's in the early part of his career. That's like Griffey at least waited until he left Seattle to start getting hurt. And Griffey was better.
No, he was hurt in Seattle because he had that.
I understand. But if you go back and look through his age 29 season, go look at his stats through age 29 and compare him to Trout's.
I agree, but I want to have facts that are correct.
That he was statistically better than Trout through the same age? Yes, that is factually correct.
That he didn't wait until getting traded to
Fine, I get it.
We have to be actually accurate.
Where does Carlos weigh in on Gleyber Torres? Is he a bust or is there still hope for Gleyber Torres?
I think
the hobby's given up on him.
But that's okay. The hobby likes to give up on things. Yeah. That part's okay. There is still hope, but it's one of those things where like guys have these windows where they can play, because baseball careers most of the time are long. Like you'll have these ebbs and flows. There are a few guys that are like come out of the box hot. That's why
stay that way, right?
Yeah, but that's why I've mentioned the name before, but like I'm serious. Like the same way that Soto got slept on for a while, even though like if you watch the games, like no, he's good. But like you'll have guys that are at the end of their career where like now you're starting to see some appreciation a little bit, and you've almost forgotten like the last couple of years Pujols has been a cadaver, but then you go look at like his overall career body of work, and it's like, dude was the first ballot Hall of Fame years ago. Mm-hmm. He's just finishing off the end of the contract. He won't get another contract after this, so his era will end. But Pujols is like an all-timer. He's just riding it out. Which happens to some of the greats. They ride it out at the very end. They're not as good as they used to be. But then you go back and look at what they were. The thing is, he came out of the box hot. If you go look at what he was in St. Louis, go look at Pujols in St. Louis. It's like a different dude. It's next level.
I remember well how many times we played the Cardinals.
He was crushing the ball. He hit for average. He hit for power. The reason why I give Trout so much flack is that for all the kudos he gets, he was never a triple crown candidate. He hit for good average. Mm-hmm. But he's not going to threaten for a triple crown. His power now is entering into the era. His power actually should be good the next couple of years, because right now he's entering into his prime as far as power is concerned. So if he's going to hit 50 home runs, it'll happen in the next couple of years. That's going to be his time to do that. RBI wise, his team kind of sucked for a while, so that hurt it. I get it. That's a dependent stat. You got to have runners on base. I understand. But his average isn't going up. It will continue to go down as we go forward. So, like, he's out of that contention.
I'm going to throw one other
name. Hasn't his on base going up, though, Carlos? I'm pretty sure his on base is going
because
up.
They walk him, which is what they should do. If he's, like, the only threat on his team, they should just walk him. His on base will keep going up. But it's like, yeah, you sit on first base. You don't steal bases anymore, so you're not going to go to second. Mm-hmm. So enjoy that.
What about Nelson Cruz?
I love Nelson Cruz, but he's too old. Like he's done this late career resurgence. It's been amazing. He's already in his 40s. He's awesome, but he's already 40. I love the player though. What
have you done for me lately? I feel like he's been on. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying he's like a Hall of Famer, but it's
as far as that's concerned though. If you look at a guy in his
how many runs does he have?
I can actually look it up. But like he's been awesome the last couple of years. I've loved him in his late 30s and his early 40s. I'm like, dude's still raking. I love it.
The guy who's been really awesome in the National League, who's just been like under the radar for pretty much his entire career, but has finally gotten appreciation, is Freddie Freeman.
I was getting ready to say that too.
Friendly Freeman.
But it's like, is Chris Davis done? Like, is his?
Chris Davis is super done. Yeah. Like beyond done.
Which one? The Oriole one or the A's one? They're both done.
Yes. The answer is yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Yes, correct.
Dude,
yes.
I don't know what happened to him.
CD and KD.
Ace Chris Davis, he was like one of the premier power hitters in the league.
Yeah, but he hit his weight. The problem is that he literally hit his weight.
He fell off a cliff. He literally fell off a cliff.
I understand.
And then you get like Ramon Laureano, like 29-year-old rookies that make us. I mean, really, they're already they're past their prime already. You know.
Yeah. The problem with A's.
I think Laureano's younger than that, isn't he?
Or like
Let me
even
look it up.
Yastrzemski, then, like a Mike Yastrzemski. Isn't he?
Yeah, Yastrzemski's older. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with A's Chris Davis is that he would hit 47 home runs and hit 50 hits. That was the problem. The problem is that like all he did was hit home runs. He could hit home runs, and it was like oh my god.
Razor Ramon Liriano's 26.
Okay, so
Pretty good.
I got the Nelson Cruz here for you, Bob. So 417 home runs. Here's what I like though. Last year at age 39, he hit 303. After a year where he hit 311 at age 38. Like I love that.
Dude,
He's
that's
still a
pretty
great
good.
hitter. Like
Yeah.
that's impressive. I am extremely impressed. And he hit 41 home runs in 120 games. Love it. Fantastic. In his late 30s, it's been incredible.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, geez, who knows if that could happen for a few more years?
But that's what he would need though. Like he's got 417 home runs, which is good. It's real good.
A few more to get to 500, though, like for sure.
83, yes.
Yeah.
He'd need a couple of good years here coming up.
I mean, he's on, but the role that he's on, it seems like he might get there. It's like a real good buy low candidate for sure.
If you buy low, then
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
We've been doing the market update stuff on our little podcast, and CC Sabathia seems to be the only guy who hasn't like been affected by anything market related. His 10 over the course of like the past few months has only gone up like dollars.
Right.
Bowman Chrome.
Well, I think the latter portion of his career was really mediocre, and that kind of hurt. At his peak, he was really good, but like baseball forgets fast. Like people forget.
He's a Hall of Famer, though, don't you think?
I think he'll get there. Yeah, I think he's got the credentials to get. I think it'll be like he'll be forgotten. So remember we talked about earlier about opportunities. Right. So this is what happens, and to a certain degree, it actually happened with Pujols, even though his numbers are staggering. People like kind of slept on Pujols for a little while, and then all of a sudden it was like, wait a minute, he has how many home runs? He's past Willie Mays. What?
I think that's happening with Beltre now. Like people, like he's been out now, and people are like looking ahead to who's coming up down the pipeline for Hall of Fame. And Beltre, I saw that had a nice little rise, but he didn't really have any outstanding years. He didn't have an MVP, did he? Did he win one MVP?
Adrian Beltre? I know he had 1 year that he almost had 50 home runs. That might have been his best shot because he had 1 year that he was raking for I think the Dodgers.
You want a value buy?
Like
Dave will like this. Value buy.
Brian Anderson.
1998 Bauman Chrome. Jimmy Rollins.
We do love the Bauman. We do love the Bauman Chrome.
He's going to be on the Hall of Fame ballot next year. It'll be his first year. I think he gets in the second year probably. I don't know what his values are right now. I haven't bought.
I didn't buy the Chrome
card. I haven't bought that in a PSA 10 in a while, but I got like 5 of them. Buy that card. I'm very confident he'll get in the Hall of Fame. Dave, what do you think? Do you think Jimmy Rollins will get in the Hall of Fame?
It might take a few years. I'm partial to another Philly player getting in, but
Chase Utley?
Abreu.
Oh.
Dave, I think the big thing he's got going for him is he's the all-time Phillies hits leader, and the Phillies are like they've been around since the 1800s. So just think of all the players that have played for the Phillies, and he'll be the all-time hit.
So if he's the all-time Phillies hit leader, does that mean he has like 150 hits?
Jackass.
Can we get a number check on that one?
There's only one player I think of when I think of hits for the Phillies, and obviously that goes in Von Hayes' corner.
I was going to say Greg Jeffries because he played for the Phillies for a cup of coffee.
If we're talking Mets all-time hit kings, Greg Jeffries catapults to the top of the league.
I need to pump this $88 Greg Jeffries that I don't have, Dave.
Ed Kranepool. Dave, Ed Kranepool.
Work with me on this, Dave.
No, I think Rollins has a chance. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're going to have still the big names coming down the road, but I mean, when you come to these, and they're not second-tier players, but it's not, you don't have a Jeter, you don't have a Chipper, you don't have a Ken Griffey Jr., Ripken, those type of players where it's like, okay, you see what they've done, you know what they've done because they've been plastered all over advertisements, Sunday Night Baseball. They had success some way, some shape, whatever. I think that some of these other guys that didn't, they had a great career, but you might struggle, especially with the voters because they're all fucking idiots. And newspaper writers should not ever vote for anything because that's a dying business. But you're not going to have like the Rivera, like the 98%. You're not going to have people coming in like 80, 85. You might have like 60% in like the first year, 65%. But I'm sure a lot of these people that are voting now either have Alzheimer's or B, weren't around when these players were in their prime. So it's going to come to a point where the relevancy of some of these players that are mid-tier, let's say, it'll be predicated on what you can pump out there social media wise, or I mean you get like their name and their video package out. Not that most people should need that, but especially if you're voting for the Hall of Fame, if you need that, again, I've got a place I can drown you, allegedly.
The key word is the allegedly. I just wanted to make sure, because I think you're making some valid points, but I wanted to make sure the record was stated. Rivera got 100%. He's a unanimous Hall of Famer, which is about 95% high.
Allegedly.
Yeah. No, the 100% apparently happened. It's about 95% high. And I'm also from Panama. He sucks. Anyway. The Hall of Fame voting has been farcical for some time. Like it's this weird. That's why I tease about the Trout thing. Like he actually could retire now and go to the Hall of Fame because it's like, well, we like Mike Trout, but it's like, was he one of the greats of the game? Like, are you sure about that? Like, is that what you want to go with? It's a decent 10-year run, but settle down. Like, calm down.
Is it true he has a personality like a can of paint? Is that true?
I have to assume it is because that's the reason why they like him. Like, look, I'll do a quick comparison, okay? I'll tell you what Mike Trout's average year is right now through year 10. Again, okay. COVID season, all that, let's be fair, whatever. But 30 home runs, 80 RBIs, and a 304 batting average. Again, COVID season, all that, we have to consider that marks it down. Like, let's be fair. That marks it down. I'll give you a different player who didn't play who played a 10-year run. 37 home runs, 120 RBIs, and a 298 average. This person is not in the Hall of Fame. Who's the second player?
Manny Ramirez.
It's not a bad guess. Anybody else want to take a stab at that one?
Carlos Delgado.
Delgado would be a good guess, too, because Delgado was definitely consistent.
Fred McGriff?
Nope.
Todd Helton?
Albert Bell. Albert Bell. For a decade there, Albert Bell was one of the most feared hitters in baseball. Albert Bell raked. He could hit for high average. He could hit 50 home run power, and he did hit for 50 home runs. But Albert Bell, his career ended at age 33. That's why we don't talk about Albert Bell. Albert Bell hit 381 home runs. Mike Trout will need 80-odd home runs more to get to Albert Bell's truncated career. There's time.
Scary.
He was at his peak. He was downright frightening. He was a feared hitter.
He seemed kind of crazy to me.
He was absolutely nuts, like 100% psychotic. But he was a great baseball player and a tremendous hitter. That's why I say, like, a 10-year run. Baseball is a long sport. If you're talking to me about a 10-year run for a running back, great. Then we've got a great body of work to go off of. We understand what that is. You're telling me about 10-year run for a baseball player? Like, okay, that's part one, guys. That's part one.
Yeah.
What else you got? I don't care how good part one was. Show me more. Show me more. The jury's still out for me. Like, I need more. Show me more.
Valid.
Yeah. The history of the sport dictates that you need to see more. You just do. Because the careers can be long.
At least it's micro.
Delgado.
Go
ahead.
But as soon as
you're not going to be able to read that. Breaking news. Designated hitter Nelson Cruz and the Minnesota Twins are in agreement on a 1-year, $13 million contract.
Boom.
That's a fair deal.
1
So
year,
it's-
13 mil. He's back
so
in
it's-
Twin.
Playing again.
He's playing again.
I would have no issue with re-signing him because he still hits home runs. He can still hit for average. He's still doing all the things that you want. As a DH, he's great.
Yeah, he's usually always. I mean, he huddles right around 100 RBIs a season too.
Yeah. Sounds to me like a win for $13 million. That sounds a borderline bargain right there in baseball terms.
Yo, Bob Lewis, have the Pirates signed anyone?
The mascot, I think, has been extended.
No, they have not done anything.
Why did
but
they
get
not
rid of-
spend money?
Dude, did you hear what happened to Chris Archer?
No, what happened?
He's back in Tampa.
He goes, I'd rather play in Tampa, you guys. That's a proper baseball market.
You gave up 3 quality prospects, 2 that were major league ready, that were already just ready to blossom, and for Chris Archer, and now that didn't work out at all. And Chris Archer's back in Tampa, and we're just left looking like idiots. It's so awesome being a Pirate fan.
Can't Pirate fans band together to boot that owner out? Like Occupy PNC or something?
No,
Occupy PNC.
I've fully embraced the Kool-Aid.
Sorry, it's weird.
Are you sure that we, at this rate, if you tried to occupy PNC and you got all the season ticket holders together, couldn't you fit them in Bob Lewis's room here?
Do you know how many callers call into the local sports talk radio and just claim that there should be a walkout and try to organize it every year, man? And it's it's just a joke now. But I'll still go. I still love it.
Oh.
And on that note,
We need a fan rebellion in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, right.
No, it's fine.
we are past the 3 hours and 45-minute mark, Mr. Archer. And if we're trying to stay true to form in hopes of future things, which will not be discussed at this point in time.
It's all you, Dave. Otherwise, I got plenty of material to make fun of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Dude, this could double in length really easily.
And that would be just making fun of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
We'll save that for next week, Dave. Carlos.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That'll be the show title.
At least I needed to come on because you had Bob, and I've never been on here with Bob, and I haven't been on here with Ed, and we needed to take the opportunity for me to basically throw barbs and obviously win his Mahomes optic rookie, which is obviously in pristine condition, and so I've been promised according to the auction.
It's coming. No, I said very good. Very good. The third option.
I don't know. We'll have to talk about the definition. Very good. We'll have to see. Although I still think there's some shilling going on there. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll find out.
It was me.
Probably. It sounds about right.
Maybe it's Stowe.
It's weird. Like these bids have comments. It just says just saying. Like, why do you have to put it every time? You copy and paste it. It's weird. All right, whatever.
Because that's what I do.
Daddy does it better. I can't do it.
It's fair. It's valid.
All right, Dave.
Good
Let's.
time.
Always glad to have you, Bob.
If I hold out my
And Carlos and Ed and okay, maybe not always Carlos, but
I moved by your words, Steve, as always. Moved.
yeah, obviously I can tell.
It's really clear on my face that I am moved.
I will say though, before we drop off, if those of you are unaware, this week Carlos actually will be doing his podcast on Friday this week because of this alleged game that's taking place on Sunday.
I've been told there's this legitimate football game. Like, it seems to me, it's honestly, I think it's fake news. I can't imagine why you would need any more football games this year. I think we should just end it now. Let's just be done with it. I don't think we need to see that. That's just silliness. But I've been told there's a game on Sunday, so I'm like, fine.
So yes, Carlos will be doing his show on Friday instead of Sunday.
I'm not.
But this is what they use.
Who knows what he's got on the agenda? I don't know if he's even decided as of yet. I know
I'm
he
sure.
has his
I'm sure I'll have it
predictions,
figured out by late afternoon Friday.
In like 20 minutes.
which
Nice
works.
and early. Nice and early. You know.
So I wanted to make sure I put that out there just in case everybody was unaware. But yep. So Friday normal time, 9:00.
Yep. 9:00 in the east, 6:00 in the west, Pacific Standard Time.
So give you something to watch on a Friday night. And if you haven't watched, there is a 7-hour and 22-minute podcast that took place on a Friday, allegedly a few weeks back, that a certain person that'll remain nameless was on, and have no idea why it lasted that long. But
Well, it was a scintillating analysis. I took him out of his comfort zone. We talked football for a while at the beginning. It was weird. The Hockey Oracle came on and talked football for a stretch of time. It's just odd. I don't know what happened there. It was weird.
and who's this hockey oracle you speak of? I don't know who that is.
Top center, I believe.
Top
Top center of the screen, yeah.
I think this is the only one that's not flat. And
This guy over here? This guy down here, this guy over here.
Well, it might have been Bob Lewis for all we know. You probably have to check. You have to watch the full 7 hour in like 20-odd minutes. Bob Lewis probably popped in there somewhere. I'm
I
not
was
sure.
in there. I was in there.
Yeah. At some point, I'll probably just invite Bob Lewis and literally be like, so, Bob, what I need you to do is come on for like a minute and a half and then just walk away and just leave the camera on for 6 hours.
And I'll leave all these messages over here.
Yeah, just do that.
A movie memento or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It was
I think
funny.
that's a show right there.
Somebody had texted somebody that was going to be on that show with you, Carlos, and said that it was going to go at least 7 hours. And when I saw it the next morning, I screenshotted the conversation.
Fuck you, Dave.
Dude, what was the watch time on that?
Pretty good, actually. You'd be surprised. Pretty good. You'd be surprised. I can tell you.
I was going to say, when was the last time you checked on that one?
It's been a little while, but I can give you a ballpark here.
Carlos has a video with 1 million views, I think.
I got two.
Yes.
I got 2 with 1 million views, Bob.
Yeah.
2 with 1 million views.
Yeah, don't
Are
short.
they both with your brother?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I watched.
Comfortably 200 hours of watch time on that one.
Nice.
Yeah, most sane people won't sit there and sit for the full 7 hours, but like the average view is like 45, 50 minutes, and I'm like, I got an hour of your time, suckers. I mean, thank you, loyal audience.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, loyal audience. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say.
And poor me could be watching on one time instead of 1.5 or 2.
Yeah, like I was like, but the first time he told me that, I was like, you did not watch it in real time on a replay. You can speed it up. And he's like, you can speed it up? Yes. Yes. How do you think I watch so much YouTube? I don't watch it in real time. God damn it. What's wrong with you?
Speed it up.
Oh. It's like, come on, Meat.
Yeah. Well, he was asking me, I got a text message there and he asked me if I watched his podcast. I haven't responded yet. We'll get to that. I'll be like, I'll get to it. 2 times speed. We'll get there.
Take a screenshot of it.
It's like, well, I'm kind of on the other one, Amit.
There's only so many podcasts in a day. I can only do so many podcasts in a day. Right?
Now that you mention it, I'm literally going to take the screenshot of me on this one. Send it back to him as my reply. There you go, buddy. Yeah, totally watch it, bud. Totally watch it. 100%.
Yeah, remind him he failed to realize that there's another one that takes place on the same day.
I told him the same day he told me what day it was. I was like, literally, because he had been in the chat before. And I was like, you do realize there is literally another podcast on Tuesday, right? And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Dave and Steve's? And they're like, he's like, right. And I was like, why don't you just do Monday? Did I tell you about the Monday thing, though? He's come back about the Monday?
No.
So he said, so I told him, I was like, why don't you just do it on Monday? And he's like, well, what about Monday Night Football? I go, that's not until September. That's not an issue right now until the fall. This is what I have to deal with.
Or he could have done Wednesday.
I suggested that as well, but he talked about Wednesday Night Hockey, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what to do with it.
I haven't had my nails this month like ever.
I assume this is what Bob has to do when he's dealing with stove. Something along those lines.
Right.
Should have just told him Sunday morning. But people are in church. Then do it 5 a.m. Sunday morning.
I was gonna say, just do it. Yeah, do it between the hours of 3 and 5 in the morning on a random day. Then it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want.
Then you're the only podcast on.
Well, unless I happen to be running on a Friday, and then probably 3 to 5 in the morning, I might be on.
You said yourself that would not be repeated, Carlos.
I'm hoping. My plan is not to repeat. I literally want to cut somebody off mid sentence and just press the button. I'm like, all right, that's it. We're done. You can keep talking, but the broadcast is over.
Of course, I will say, in the event that Dave and I ever get on your podcast at the same time, we could probably break that record very easy.
Oh yeah. But then they'll be like extended. I will literally order a buffet. I'll just literally order food. It just be like, "What are you doing?" It's like I'm taking a second dinner break. Like, y'all keep doing what you're doing. It's working great. It's working great, you guys.
Well, if you have that your special guest from the other night and the night previous, or the podcast previous.
Well, last episode, he buzzed in at like a much lower alcohol rating. He did say words semi-coherently. If you ever get a chance, Ed, don't check out the last podcast. Check out the one before that. I had a guest for like 2 hours who was like, I think he would have keeled over if I had given him another hour. It was fantastic. It was basically, imagine me interviewing an absolute completely hammered out of their mind person after happy hour. That's basically what it was. It was great.
That sounds very interesting.
I was kind of enjoying myself, but I was trying to figure out, I told Dave and Steve, I was like, I'm trying to figure out where I can go with this. How far can I stretch this? It's like, I'm pretty good at talking to drunk people and stretching this, but I'm like, It was like the quintessential episode. The beginning was very informative. We had a drunk guy in the middle, and they had a very good debate at the end, as I do.
Yeah, that was interesting,
Yes.
to say the least.
Good choice of words there, Dave. Good choice of words.
Look, Dave, sometimes you got to try something. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You do what you can. This time around, he was much better behaved. He was less sauced. He might have gotten sauced after, but he stayed relatively lucid for this time around. So I was like, okay.
I like Bobby and his sort of snippiness too, though.
That was the best. He photoshopped the guy. He literally made fun of his card. He literally took a picture of the card and photoshopped it. I'm like, Bobby, love it. Love what you did there. Bobby is literally the guy from, the guys from the Muppets?
Yep.
The cranky old guys? Like, Bobby is one of those guys. He's basically like just sitting there waiting for the moment. I was like, I am here for this. I just backed up. I think Joe was trying to like play peacekeeper, and I'm like, no, Joe. No, let this play out. I'm being entertained. Let this play out. I'm not here to be nice to people. I'm here to burn patches. I mean, go on. Please continue.
Joe's got that mellow Californian vibe. That, when he started like, hey, and then no, and it's like, just sit in the corner.
I was like, chill out, Joe. Chill out.
Enjoy the show.
It's good though, because sometimes he'll bring a good question. Like out of left field, all of a sudden it's like, that is a very astute question. That's a really good one. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, he had one where, and I think that's about the time I turned off watching the replay. It was he had asked something or said why Golden had said all these bids were coming in or whatever because he wanted to be transparent or something where I think it's the first time you've actually said that I've heard you like, that's a very good question.
It was. Do you have any idea how rare it is where I hear it legitimately like that's a good question. I hear a lot of ones like it's like half a good question, then we'll get it there. But it's like, no, that was a really good question.
Hey, would you guys get would you get an O.J. Simpson rookie graded?
Yes.
Did you bother? Yeah.
Yes.
Nah.
No, the OJ still holds some value. If it's for a collection or PC, it still holds value.
Yeah.
I'm for the registry.
There you go. Even better.
Well, in that case, absolutely.
Then you got to get the Topps Ray Caruth one, and
I think it kind of helps that OJ finished his career prior to.
Well,
That's
maybe
accurate.
maybe through the 90s. If it's talking about OJ now, I don't know. The last 10, 15 years hasn't been that great either for him. So.
No, but in fairness, we do know that there's a segment of the market that has money that doesn't care, Dave. So
No.
murder might be a feature.
That's the thing.
$47 million for an OJ PSA 10? What?
Allegedly.
What?
It probably would be OJ trying to launder money.
Either
Bid on
way,
his own card.
as long as the transaction passes, it's a legit comp, Steve. It's a legit comp.
Fair. That's fair. It's fair.
By the way, I still think one of the best cameos on or appearances on the Insert Revolution podcast was without a doubt Mr. Stofe.
In his
coming
pipe.
on.
Yeah.
He came on, he smoked his pipe for a half an hour, then say one damn word and dipped out without saying anything.
Well, he said, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys, I didn't contribute much or whatever. Maybe next time I'll be better. Like,
See, Ed, I see it a little differently. I felt like that was that was a really profound with the silence. I felt like Stoff was really making a statement. Like philosophically, like I felt like it was some of his best work. I put it in a highlight reel and just play it back.
You got to watch some of his recent videos. He's turned into like the Kubrick of card videos.
Yeah, right.
Kubrick of card video. Wait, are we talking about like Shining Kubrick? Or are we talking about like Clockwork Orange Kubrick? Because the Clockwork Orange like was suffering for me.
I think maybe Full Metal Jacket Kubrick.
You know what I'm thinking? You know what? Actually,
This is
I'm
more
thinking.
like Barry Lyndon Kubrick. Let's be
Well,
honest.
you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the segment on the podcast that you're talking about was 2001: A Space Odyssey, where it was a lot of time with no dialogue. That's what that was. We kept it Kubrick. There you go.
Yes.
We nailed it. Nailed it, guys. Nailed it.
You know,
Open the Bombay
just
doors,
to like
Carlos.
nail, never mind. I'm not even gonna go there. I was gonna do an Eyes Wide Shut reference, but it just would have fell flat. So.
Settle down, Bob. Settle down.
Yeah, Bob.
We were doing so well.
Yeah.
There's horses laying around. I just usually can't help myself.
This is a COPA-friendly channel, Bob. COPA-friendly. COPA compliant.
It's like it's not even a thing anymore, and you're going to find a way to bring it back. Stop it.
I know.
Alrighty, Dave.
Yeah.
On
do it,
that
Dave.
note,
Do it.
As Bob mutters to himself.
That concludes the Copa Friendly section of the Instant Revolution podcast. Tune in next week.
Thank Ed, thank Bob, thank Carlos for joining us tonight. Everybody in the world of the chat. Anybody that chooses to watch this in the archive. He's Steve. I'm Dave. Remember, building collections, that's great. Building friendships should be what this hobby's about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
good night.
Good night.